we've not seen Black Hole or anything, right? FBZ's had a
EG
pretty
versus
free
Boom.
time up top. It's not been spectacular, but it's not been anywhere, you know, it's not been a disaster or anything like that. He's 0-0-0. And now he gets free range just to shove out this dead lane all the way across towards tier 2. And we've got a good vision up there. So that means the rest of Boom can play as that group of 4 down in the bottom jungle. No dive vision until now. One gets placed in the large camp, spotting Yopaj. RTZ crit, lining up the hook, but missing it. And crit with a swap, the rebound's there, bouncing across, back into the Pudge. Sunstrike comes and Tim's is down. The splitter lands and onto the vent with a heal from the Chen, keeping crit alive. FBZ's looking for the black hole, but he can't quite find it. No opportunity for him, while RTZ opening up on Jackie. You've got to be wary though of this level 10 Bristleback starting to shred you as Nightfall's initiated into the back. Onslaughting across the Witch Doctor, so far losing the 2 position 4s. But Jackie, the hero, here with the ability to give chase. Just another slow, something, a touch of stun or a catch under Nightfall would have allowed them to kill him. But EG, they have evacuated.
You can see though, this Bristle's a big problem. Like he's just zoning out half the EG lineup. Like Primal Beast gets onto the back lines here, but nobody can really follow him up because Bristle, if you run in, Bristle's just gonna stack up all these quills the entire fight. Jackie never comes close to dying. He's, you know, being kind of kited a little bit on Bristle, playing around like the Pudge and the Rot. It's not like Pudge comes close to dying either, but really limiting EG's ability to force these fights and make plays around the Primal Beast ultimate.
Yeah, both teams are kind of circling around each other, looking for that one pick off, the one hero they really want to charge on. And Boom, kind of aiming for Abed, the squishy Invoker with his Midas Travels is a pretty juicy target. And he's always keeping himself hidden, while, you know, Yopaj and FBZ, a good job by them to not get caught out by the Nightfall Primal Beast.
Having the Vessel already puts, I think, Boom in a pretty good spot where they feel like, you know, you can actually bring your Enigma to some of these team fights, max out Malefice, combined with the Vessel. It's just some nice kind of control to play around. Just the level 1 Midnight Pulse has this 5% DPS. Pretty good against some of these tankier strength cores on the EG side.
Yeah, they're only going to get tankier. BKB is a couple hundred gold away for the Primal Beast. Aghanim Scepter a little distant for RTZ, but once he gets that, his damage output ramps up incredibly. And of course, you've already got this mech on Chen. The greatest thing about Chen is like 10 minutes in, you've got this burst heal from Hand of God and mech.
Almost got the shard now as well. He's rushing into it. I wonder if there's a specific ancient he has in mind that he really wants to use this game.
Granite Golem, more HP, more tankiness.
I mean, Bristle's okay with that. Longer fights. I mean, that's Bristle's wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe just split pushing with some ancient black dragon or something, but see what's going to be. I mean, often you just take whatever ancients are there and available to you.
And he's going to stack them for now. Build it up for later on. Yeah, it's always interesting to see Radiant teams play in this bottom jungle. They're trying to match EG's movements down there, because this is where, you know, Arteezy wants to farm. It's where Primal Beast wants to be pushing out this bottom lane. And keeping FBZ down here and trying to connect into the Enigma. But they're now realizing, you know, 16 minutes in, it's time to start playing that opposite side of the map. Maybe get some ward coverage in that top jungle, and it's about prepping for that Roshan. Yeah, it's always 20 minutes in. You're thinking about Rosh.
Yeah. Particularly a Bristleback draft. And on the EG side, not the, and they've got excellent invokers, so they can do it all right. But any team who wins a team fight around the Roach Pit will definitely have the damage to clear it out. So very important to get that vision going and set yourselves up to have a good Roshan fight. They'd love to get a Blink Dagger on Enigma if you're a Boom, even without the BKB. Still potential for a Blink Hole that causes some serious problems for EG in a fight.
Oh, it looks like FBZ is going to slip past the smoke though. EG all coming down here. And this is going to give up a lot of room. And over at the Ancients being stacked up on the Radiant side, top lane pushed in. So Abed shows up at top. And now it's down to Boom. What do they want to do? Tim's a TP down. Rebounds onto Arteezy, but the damage from the trample and following with the Sunstrike. They do get a good death ward in onto Fly. Yopaj and FBZ trying to find a bigger target, but they can't. It's just the supports left. EG will sacrifice their Chen and Venge. And Jackie is like 300 damage per hit. Just crushes crit.
Definitely a bit of luck almost involved for that fight, just because the fact that EG, they had this great smoke and get some vision down, now dewarded, but the hero they run into is Marcy. It's a support. If that was, they were so close to running first into the Enigma and then into the Leshrac, and if they find one of those two heroes, they can probably win the team fight or at least get a better trade out of it. But just getting Marcy means they've committed underneath the tier 2 tower where Boom can just like 5-man TP in, take a fight, and with Bristleback having an Acceptor, they're just, you know, there's nothing you can do to address this Bristleback, and Boom do a good job counterplaying it, and they're ready to kind of press forward now. With all the items that they really need for their early game, it's go time.
Yeah, Bristle level 13, incredibly big Bristleback here. Going in for that tier 1 mid. Did push forward into the enemy Ancients a little bit. High ground ward there as well. I saw Crit pinging Arteezy saying, hey, don't farm that camp, they're coming for you. Good scout there with the wave of Terror though from Crit and EG. They're all prepared for this. Not going to defend that tower, but looking for the following fight.
Despite not dying, it just feels like Arteezy's Pudge just a little bit underfarmed, and part of that is just going to be the Enigma effect where you're playing against this constant denies, 30+ denies on FBZ's Enigma, so it's always frustrating for carries to play into it, but a bit underfarmed and slowing down some of EG's kind of momentum and the plays they can make, because yeah, he doesn't have that Acceptor yet. Ideally you'd want to have the Axe and already be building towards your next item, whether it's your BKB, your Blink, playing Tims, get solo killed. Possible punish coming their way. Nightfall doesn't have a TP.
Jackie, always hunting. He's a little too slow though.
Yeah.
Nightfall's away from there. It was his first BKB used for a kill on the Marcy. I think Nightfall's okay with that. The fact that he's forced rotations, and that follows on from what you were saying about Arteezy. Bottom right-hand corner of the map is completely free for him now to finish off that Ags, as they've drawn all the attention from Boom elsewhere. This is kind of where Boom want to be though. Clearing out the Chen army in this top jungle. We were talking about Roshan, about guarding their Ancients. This is the primary spot for the Radiant team to do just that.
One is they've not really kept their creep wave pushing top if they want to pressure the tier 2, but it does seem like EG want to fight under this tower. They TP'd in their Pudge. Got the meat hook available. If they can reel somebody in, it'd be a good fight for them. They've smoked up. They're charging forward.
Yeah, Arteezy solo smokes, looking for Yopaj, and lands the hook in on him. Dismember onslaught with a grand roll, the black hole, though it's a good one with Yopaj. He gets smudged out by Arbet. Primal Beast is about to die though to the Death Warden Maledict, while this Scam Witch Doctor into the Voodoo Switcheroo will get away from Crit. Purge is still looking for another hook from the high ground, lines it up, lands it onto the Witch Doctor, Scam dragged back in. And EG with some big kills here, aiming for Jackie, swapping the Bristle into the middle of them. Another dismember from Arteezy, but Jackie's so incredibly tanky. No, the Forge Spirits, they got the minus armor on him. That's going to be the answer to the Bristleback here.
Too much damage coming in with the minus armor too, and they're not done. They're chasing for more. They want Tims. No rebound for a couple of seconds, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to chase him down. But both Bristle and Lesh getting picked off there. EG just playing smart Dota, playing around their high ground. Reeling one with the meat hook. That was an amazing black hole. Full duration onto 2 enemy cores, but they just don't have the damage without the Leshrac alive. They need a way to kind of deal with that hook in and save the Leshrac alive. But he just gets too low too fast. And not being able to cancel that dismember ends up being a big, big problem for Boom.
Yeah, huge issues. Just using that terrain to their advantage. EG sitting on the staircase. You can see Crit and Arbet there skirting the edge of the fight, but we're back into live and Nightfall's in. Aiming for Scam. They've got the Voodoo Switcheroo again. 3 seconds of invulnerability, but it will end with his death nonetheless. And Roshan sat at around half health. It looks like EG are going to give up on this because Arteezy and Nightfall are a little low on resources.
They can't actually force it, and now the smoke from Boom. They're the ones pressing forward now.
But no, he doesn't have BKB. So capture the Nightfall here is huge for them. Tanky beast, but he will still die.
Crit too. Great split out in the trees.
Yeah, going straight forward. 21 charges. The Bristleback chasing them. The end of the Vengeful Spirit's life. The Hurricane back from Fly. I don't believe that's going to save you though, buddy. Even Tim launching himself forward as they aim for another target. Tim's gets sunstruck. Fly and Arteezy holding their ground with a little Chen army there, killing off the Marcy.
Natalo EG dyan, may dahilan niya.
It's already like 2/3, almost half health, so may be able to do this one with the ledge track and the bristleback damage. Roach will fall pretty quickly here.
Don't let the wild wing in. Don't give EG the vision. High ground ward, remove that flight. Roshan's already dead. Jackie the one to take the Aegis there. Looked like he was hesitating, wondering if maybe Yopaj wanted it. But it will be the Bristle now with 2 lives.
Can't overthink when the other team's charging forward and potentially coming to contest it. Just make sure one of your cores gets it. And so with a BKB in the front lines, that level 15 now level 16, so maxed out. Vicious Nasal Goo as well to go with the Aghanim Scepter has a lot of damage up, with the Nether Shoal really amping up what he can do as well in these fights.
That's a ridiculous amount of damage from him in the Lash. We're closing in on BKB for FBZ. He's just a recipe away.
Fortified their structure.
Arbed gonna try and hold back that top wave, but Boom glyph it, making sure the meatball doesn't clear it out and connecting with the rest of their heroes up towards top. Enable Jackie here to push tier 2. EG do have a little bit of vision here if they want to play into it, but right now it seems the name of the game is to dodge. Avoid everything Boom are throwing at them.
This is like the bristle timing where, I mean, combined with an Aegis, like your opponents get Aegis, they have this hard, well, impossible to kill twice carry. You just don't want to mess with them. You play keep away, you farm the map, they go top, you go bottom. Now they're going to smoke and try to chase you. Hopefully it's just a support who dies, and then you run top. And that's exactly what EG are doing. They're playing the map as best they can. Boom at the same time doing a good job hunting down these heroes, killing the creeps, but the second they show bottom out of the smoke, EG's already top trying to farm their jungle away from Boom. But again, Boom, they're matching the slay. Okay, you go top, now we're going top. So it's just cat and mouse constantly, both these two one team, Boom, chasing the other wherever they go.
I made the analogy the other day, but it's like a game of tennis, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just pushing them one side of the map to the other. Repeat, repeat, repeat. But eventually you're going to run out of smokes, run out of TPs, and that's where you're going to have to really land your shots.
And, you know, eventually this Aegis expires, and you know you're going to hit maybe some item timings that you want to play around if you're EG. Invoker's getting more and more levels. Pudge has the Blink Dagger, so and the Axe Scepter on Nightfall's Primal Beast is coming up soon. So pressure right now is on Boom to get as much as they can while they've got Aegis.
How good is Primal Beast Ags? I don't think I've cast a game with it yet. Oh.
You know, once I want to say. What about this game? Yeah, I'm curious what he sees as. I think it was Faith BR when he was playing 4th position, actually had the Ags queued up. Maybe he didn't finish it that game.
Regeneration.
3 waves of 2 projectiles per uproar.
It's a break, I guess, is the big thing. You're playing against Bristleback, so having a break sounds very nice.
Oh man, well that's on a list of today I learned again. As Yopaj, Sunstruck and backs away. So yeah, added another break to the game. Completely slipped my mind there on that one.
Middle tower.
That is very useful. And he's got it now.
Big part of why they're considering this item. Got the tier 2 top, as you'd often expect teams with this kind of first Aegis to do. Swung mid, but with mages, well, it's a minute 40. They've got time. They want to camp this Bristle on the tier 2 mid tower, but there's always that threat of like Pudge hooking someone in. Even if it's a Bristle with Aegis, you kind of force a fight. TZ goes fishing, but nobody's home.
There's the leather boot dragged back into him. I'm still waiting for this BKB of Enigma. He's very close to it. But they want to use this Aegis timer to get the tier 2. Try and have a fight around Jackie while he is so strong. And they keep that lane ward top. Yopaj gonna keep 2 lanes pressed into the Dire base. But EG once again playing opposite side of the map. Arbed with a boost of travel. Gets down south, continuing his farm. Getting himself towards the Scythe of Vice here, so an added layer of control for EG.
Just play this game of keep away very effectively. This is kind of classic old school EG Dota where they just out-farm the map, but haven't necessarily out-farmed here. Jackie, his Aegis, in danger.
30 seconds remaining, and Primal Beast with a break on him. Nearly killing him the first time, the hook is there. Dragging Bristle back across, and you're right, he does. But the rest of Boom, they're retreating, falling back. Try and get Jackie out of there with your rebound movement speed and sprint away.
He didn't actually get hooked in. Because the hook damage killed him, it meant he died in place rather than getting pulled to Arteezy, so doesn't have to pop his BKB out there. That is expiring in 30 seconds time, so that's not really much gain for EG. Boom weren't going to be looking for a team fight with it. They're playing the map themselves. They've actually turned an even game into about a 2k gold lead, so they're continuing to scale themselves, eyeing this kind of late game Enigma as more as their win condition. He's itemizing for the Lincoln, so trying to make sure that he doesn't get swap cancelled. Same time, you know, you're Avenged and you see this Lincoln's come out, you're just thinking, okay, whoever gets Black Hole, I'm going to swap them out rather than swap the Enigma.
And we saw the strength of that break, though, from the Primal Beast. 2.5 seconds
Game
of
1
it.
pa lang to, game 1.
Going out of this uproar. And currently playing up top.
Sana matusi rin ang Boom.
Radiant had that vision in the lane, spotting a couple of these heroes moving. But EG have a high ground ward to play with here. One hero missing. Arbed is down in the bottom right-hand corner. But the jump is coming in from Boom, aiming for the Primal Beast. They won't find Nightfall. Arteezy TP's home as well. EG, they've managed to avoid this again.
So limitation of Boom strat. I mean, they've got okay catch, like Blink Enigma, but it's not easy. It's not like the Nyx Assassin type hero where you're just running around Vendetta waiting, looking for a kill.
EG stuck around, they've got Blink on the Venge. Sunstrike can get pushed away from it, but he's still got this pulverize. Oh, is it going to be enough damage with the Black Horse FBZ? He's turning on them, and in comes Tim's Yopage to kill them all. How dare you? How dare you fight us in our Ancients? Our Enigma says absolutely not, EG.
You're going to be having some talks. How to place the Sunstrike around the Primal Beast, because that, yeah, you've got to land those Sunstrikes. It's not like it's not one player or the other's fault. It's just that you got to communicate about how, you know, you're going to land these spells. Ideally, you just wait for the Pulverize and then Sunstrike, but that just completely cost CG. That was a perfect initiation, a great way to kind of pretend they backed off and find a kill playing around their ward, but fortunately for them, they just mess it up.
Dire's top tower.
2 heroes down means Boom again quickly out on the map. FBZ's gonna try and hold back on that bottom lane. He's being eyed up by Arteezy though. Lands the hook into the tree line. This time the Sunstrike, it won't miss. FBZ down and out, but the TPs, they're flowing bottom with Jackie and Skem arriving. Arteezy a little isolated now. The Mali Death Ward, that's gonna shred through the pudge. Arbed gets away, but EG with another move going a little awry.
It's gonna be fine with that. That's a pudge kill. Arteezy had to throw away his life just to save Arbed there. Arbed, he's trying to tuck himself in these trees. He needs to be careful to not poke his nose out. I don't think they have the damage to deal with this Bristle, but they are bringing 4 heroes as if they want to go for this kill. With if you know, Bristle's alone, you can definitely get this 4v1. Instead, they're going to find the Witch Doctor in the trees.
But the Voodoo Switcheroo, it buys them 3 seconds of time. Skem still dies, but this gives a chance for Jackie to get on top of Arbed into the Ghost Wall quickly, and no reveal here for the Bristleback. So getting the Venge in the back lines and aiming for the Primal Beast. The onslaught's going to get him the distance he needs, and a good tornado keeping Yopage at bay while flying, attempting the TP, succeeds. Away go EG. Arbed out of mana, going to TP home, but only really losing your Venge there. Feels pretty good with Boom's response being so heavy-handed.
Yeah, they're just kind of lacking that little bit of kind of gap close on the Boom side. EG able to just disengage, invoke one of the best disengaging heroes in Dota. You've got Tornadoes, Ice Walls, all these things to cover the retreat. Combine that with Force Up and Blink Dagger. Killing Arbed is a really tough ask this game, and Boom, like, they're going for this BKB on Marcy, which is, we haven't been seeing that much Blink Dagger on Marcy these days. It's kind of like the old build where you go like Blink Aether Lens, but it almost feels like a game where they may want to consider a Blink Dagger just because of maybe things are kind of progressing.
5 seconds for Roche. EG scanning it, Sunstriking it. Might give a bit of lingering vision there to see him when he respawns. Not sure. Neither team actually knows about it. Boom just going to use this top jungle as a platform to hold. As Arteezy missed his initial hook. And the outpost grabbed by Boom.
scouted Roshan themselves, so we'll see if they want to go into the pit. EG have smoked up, swap in.
Yeah, catching out the flash with the black hole. They've got the bench. Got 3 of them. Beautifully done by the Enigma. Down goes the chain of broken. Nightmare chase down by Yopa. And Arteezy's purging an awful lot of trouble. Bothered by Jackie. The 4 heroes chasing the crowd, desperate for the kill. Will take him down.
What a black hole. FBZ with the BKB black hole. Found the bench, plus the cores. That's the thing, like, this bench is meant to, you know, represent the BKB black hole cancel, but once he shows himself and once he uses the swap to initiate, most importantly, it's on cooldown, so it doesn't even matter if you catch the bench or not. That swap's on cooldown, so his team fight is just so easy there. FBZ is finding the team fight for Boom.
Absolute perfection. And they're on high ground, taking tier 3 now. The evil geniuses, a lot on their plate to contend with this Boom squad, playing so quickly off the back of Jackie's bristleback. Melee Rags focused down. They are going to retreat now. Roshan is still ready to be claimed by Boom if they want to head there. And that's what's being pinged out by EG. They need 15 seconds to push to respawn, but they're going to have to swiftly move to contest this.
And they don't have an outpost, so they can smoke us 4 here without the Pudge, but with his Pudge, like, he's going to respawn and he can't TP into an outpost. So it's essentially a 4v5. They'll scout out with the Sunstrike, but Bristleback minus armor. Hyperstone, Satanic, he's killing this way too fast for EG to respond to.
Scam, perfect position here. He's going to scout them out. The charge in, but Jackie gets the Aegis. Nightfall is being pummeled now by Bristleback. The bouncing magic missiles do get in on top of Scam and Yopaj. Oh, they've killed off Nightfall, and Chen the next on the menu. Race pack drop, but down he goes. A double for Jackie. The aggression is relentless.
It's still the Akshad with the onslaught in, but given that Boom get the Aegis and got a couple of kills and now can push high ground in the top lane, I don't feel like EG are going to think it's worth it. And that's just such a tricky position to be in. Like, you're 4v5, you don't want to give up another Aegis because you know that's going to lead to a high ground push, but the end result is, you know, it's a disadvantageous fight when you're playing 4v5 without your Pudge.
Dire's top tower is about to
It feels like EG don't really have a way to stop them once they reach the high ground now. You can see Crit, Arteezy, they're out on the map trying to push these other lanes, giving up this top set of barracks. Need some more time here for the Primal Beast to respawn.
Dire's top
Dangerous territory though for EG. 4 minutes left on his Aegis.
top barracks have fallen.
They're doing this without the black hole. That's up in 15 seconds time, and that's going to be up with the Lincoln Sphere if FBZ gets a little bit more room to farm. They definitely can wait for it. There's no rush. Still almost 4 full minutes of Aegis to play around, so it does seem like they're going to be prioritizing FBZ finishing this item, and once he's got BKB plus Lincolns, you're not dealing with this Enigma, it feels like, in a team fight.
Yeah, cool little stuff from Tim's as well. He's got this illusion rune where his Cloak of Flames Marcy is actually like dragging waves around bottom, scouting out into the enemy triangle. Made life a little more challenging for Arteezy to push this bot lane. It looks like he's going to have to TP away from here because Boom angling straight down into the bottom right corner and scanning the Pudge. They know he's there. Red link in, the Shiver's vision. A little close for comfort for Arteezy, but he is safe with the rest of his team now.
Ostring is if they want to defend the tier 2 tower, they've got the high ground ward. Scattered by these Eidolons. Good job trying to play around vision here, and they've smoked up.
Just feel it from Jackie though.
Yeah. Found Nightfall in the trees though. He has to onslaught away. He may not be out of danger just yet. Has a BKB but won't need to pop it.
Jackie onto that tier 2 again. Everybody grouping back up around the bristle.
I don't think you can go on him. 2 lives, and I don't think you kill him during the first life with the Satanic there. Like, he just survives through everything. But the position here, you want to catch this FBZ Enigma. Can they catch vision of him? Right now, he's just staying out of Observer Ward vision. This dire Observer on the cliff is so key.
And he's keeping his Eidolons to the right side of his hero.
They see him. It's out.
Boom, not entertaining that fight. They've got 2 lanes pushing in. They know that at some point, EG, they have to come back and defend. And now Primal Beast shows a chance for Boom to retake that little part of the map down bottom and keep this wave pushing. But Abed's cut the wave.
He's still in these trees. Skem's gonna run right into him.
Oh, he gets to dismember. Sunstrike. Skem taken down, and boom. A little afraid of fighting into the tree line there.
They understand what's going on now. They ping out the high ground cliff saying this is warded, they're camping it. Let's play around cliff, outward. There's no reason to be in that part of the map other than pushing bottom lane, but you can kind of either bypass it or send your bristle and you've got Nages. You don't care.
Gawa mo dyan, ha?
There's even black hole yet. Dismember from RTZ onto the Marcy. Stacking up the nasal goo onto this clutch. And black hole's there. Solo down RTZ. Dead for 70 seconds. And Jackie's hunting onto crit now. Vengeful Spirit, not a chance in hell. EG lose 3. And the high ground is in danger.
Coming closer, closer. Mega Crypt. This is the team with their life on the line here at TI. They've got to get the 2-0, and they're so close to this game 1 victory.
Getting closer and closer. The Scythe of Ice, though, with a bit of break onto Jackie. Pulverized down, and his first life's gone. Swap there, though, onto Tim's. In comes Yopaj with AoE damage. Getting onto crit and bringing the Venge down. Nightfall trying to escape, but he's stunned up. Can't onslaught away. We'll have buyback, though, as EG needs to mount a defense to this final lane of barracks. Nightfall returns to the battlefield, but your buildings, they're already crumbling. Space is being shaken. Boom with the earthquake and damage in onto Flying Nightfall now. GG is called. Boom with the game 1 victory.
That's the thing. This is a team that may be sitting at the bottom of their group, but they won one of the first big international lands of the season. The potential for Boom has always been there. But when it comes to this Singapore land, they just haven't quite delivered it. We finally get to see a little glimpse of what Boom.
Natin kung PSG tsaka Betboom. Ay, wala pa. Liquid Hokori. Maka-advance pa ata itong Liquid. Ayos lang, bet itong Liquid eh.
У Бруды все хорошо, Пангальера, ну, неплохо. Ну, Морфлинга вот не очень.
Analog still doing great in terms of yes, 20.
Ay, game 1. Ay,
over on
game 2 na to.
9 on Nikkei.
Well, they're committing for Morphling. Not gonna get the
are.
kill, but they're
No.
pulling him along.
Well, this is going on. They'll end up losing Matumbo Man in the bottom lane. Gardic has just been aggressive with Disruptor.
Yeah, level 2 glimpse, pulled him back there. Very nice. Bottom lane is starting to shape into a bit of a win here for Hokuri. So they're getting these kills continuously. Oh, the glimpse, he wants him.
Yeah, look at this.
Pinabalik
Oh,
talaga,
no.
bastos.
Big mistake there, TPing in vision.
Yeah.
Inintay talagang mag...
Surely they die for this. Surely.
Yeah, that's a CM. They're just gonna go in.
Yeah. Well, we talked about having a good laning phase for this Broodmother. I would say this qualifies.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, Insania with this death, you know, 3rd death, he has 3 TP scrolls. He's saving up. Copium, there's something good here.
Go.
Minor wins, minor wins.
Radiant's
It's a
bottom
W to
tower
take
is
those.
staggering. Like a
First
drunk
W ever,
sailor.
that's something.
Consolation prize is essentially what it is. Sorry you died, but here, at least you can get back to lane faster. Latu has
Speaking
no...
of lane, yeah, they're switching.
Yeah, he does have Pulverize now, so... Goes up. Onslaught. Gardic, so we'll see the Onslaught doesn't even need that Pulverize.
Dyer's middle tower
right
is
back
under
over.
attack.
Happy with that, because hey, look at this! Nice rune here for Mickey! Old Stompy Feet's gonna be able to go even faster, so...
Careless there by Gardic. He had a high ground ward, but he didn't respect it.
There's the Pulverize, the shake, the clicks from Matu. Gonna try to get out of there, but the snowball was ready and waiting, so... Tower now looking to belong to the side of Liquid as they port out. Teleport will come in.
Dyer's middle
Wait for
tower
that
is
disruptor,
under
but look at Mickey. He's
pressure.
already hunting. He's looking to see if he can get his hands on someone else. And there's the Olacore, so there's going to be the Onslaught, the Trample, does get tossed back, but I don't think that's gonna stop Mickey here. As the shards do come through.
This'll come in handy.
It's gonna be the Eidolons at the last second that pick up the kill.
Good way to enable Mickey, and this is all they need. Like, if you get level 6 on Primal Beast, I don't think you need to keep laning or farming at all. You can literally just turn him into an added pos 4. And that's what they're doing. They're playing it like double pos 4s right now, just running around and ganking with the plus.
Look at Matu and Gardic just like, no. He knows what's coming. He knows his death is at hand.
Tower is drowning.
Just as well.
You know you're not safe when Drow just starts running at you like that.
They're now supporting Matumba, sieging in mid tower. So Matumba goes from having a terrible laning stage bottom to actually helping just take out mid tower all of a sudden. With this Primal Beast, we just see why this hero is rated as first phase ban, one of the strongest heroes by far in
Dire's
Dota.
middle tower has
Vitali
fallen.
does manage to take the bottom. It does end up being a bit of a break, but yeah, there's no breaks on this Primal Beast. He's ready to fight, ready to skirmish, give the backup. Matu does have to back off, use the Gust against Tiny, but he has such good support in the form of Mickey and Box. Anyone who tries to make any on Matu is gonna get jumped. Arcane Moon top, Snowball, opening up over onto Gardic. He goes against the dewarding up. It's a little bit of a glimpse, so won't be able to have the, Mickey running into the kinetic field. But won't be able to have the Drow get the kills. Boxy doesn't have shards for another 7 seconds. So
Snowball soon though.
Round in circles. The Olicor's here though with a nice avalanche. Boxy still wants this. He's going with the shards, doesn't manage to connect, and now he's kind of in no man's land. There are a lot of enemy heroes surrounding him.
Tower is under
He's
attack.
gonna have to just walk out.
Dire's middle tower
Glimpse
is
though coming out from
under
Gardic, throwing him back into the circle waveform from Lumiere. Boxy, he's holding on to the snowball still, is getting clicked down.
What is this
No
space
boots.
created though? This is taking a while.
No
Maybe
boots
toss.
here on Lumiere at the Olicorn. No,
Don't tell me it
Well,
lives.
he's gonna
Oh,
live.
No.
he's a liver, that Boxy boy.
He walks under another ward now, so maybe Broodmother can finish the job here?
Yeah, Vitali creeping forward.
But
drops-
she is spotted by a liquid ward. She
He's
TP's out.
out. He's out.
Same as you, Tidehunter.
What a god gamer.
Yeah, they also had a ward on the other side of the cliff.
Top lanes. I will be teleporting up, perhaps provide that support, as there is also Insane Maiden.
Yeah,
Feels like
Zai
that
also
was
called
gonna
out there's a ward there. He pinged out that, you know, those Eidolons were nuked from Fog of War. They don't find it though. It's down to the right.
So it's not to the toss over to Vitali. Have the gust, but these babies should be able to chew through. Not too. Top lane, the onslaught does get used. They'll get the kill on Analog. The Insania trying to close this gap here. Trying to slow him down just a little bit. Just as Brown Boots does get glimpsed back, but Mickey. Sure, Mickey was going to be patient with the onslaught. In fact, I think he's sticking around.
Under attack. Radiant's middle
Good
tower.
position here by Hookery, so they're going immediately for...
Right, into the kinetic field. It just doesn't come up fast enough. Now Mickey chasing up Gardic. The shards holding into place. What's the snowball? The hit squad of Boxy and Mickey will continue to dominate.
Radiant's
They
middle
don't want to lose
tower
mid tower. They're coming in with Insania.
Positioned. Yep. Spider babies will nibble away at Zai.
Dire's top
Yolakor is in a
is
nice
under
position, so if
attack.
he gets anyone that's a little bit too close, you're gonna see the avatar. But look at Boxy. Look the way he's playing here. Snowball over onto Vitali. Insania's gonna be able to go let that freezing field go, as they need a couple more clicks to finish off the spider, but she's a little bit too quick. Okay, with the onslaught, starts running after Theolacor. Will be able to find him. He's a little piggy just running around in circles. It still will be a deadly pig. Help Zai get the kill.
That's a 10% DPS increase, right? You get 10% movement speed, do some extra damage.
Also look hilarious while you're doing it.
Yeah, why not? Added bonus. Broodmother, or saw her before here. Still see her.
Choo-choo, here comes Mickey. He's a very big stompy pig as he's just chasing after Vitali, but Vitali again, able to get out.
Gonna get grabbed by the primal ulti there. Out of the way. Superman is trying to farm top, but it's not the safest area, he feels, as Tango's sitting around as well. He gets back up
Look how fast Liquid just teleports in. It's bounced back here by the Rolling Thunder, so like Analog realizing that the team were coming and he needed to get out.
It's more like he heard the roar. The moment he heard the Primal Beasts, his onslaught, that was the one drawback of this hero, right? You can tell when he's charging in, so revs up the engine, gets out.
Precious bounty.
Double damage now over on. Okay.
Precious bounty.
Protect this mid tower. Lost the bottom tier 1 with the Broodmother lane, so.
My waters
Standing.
rise.
Sai having a pretty quiet game this game, but still doing fantastic, by the way. 4-0 and 1. So he's mostly just been sitting pretty still in the lanes, but Tusk has played around in a beautiful way. So Boxy and him have secured a lot of kills. Enigma.
Dire have the spyglass at hand.
It's a Midas
Radiant's
Morphling, by the way,
bottom tower
with
faces a stiff wind.
intentions of going for a Manta style as his
Radiant
next
are
item. I think the
scanning
Manta
for
is great against the Drow Ranger and the Frostbite of CM here, but not sure if I like the Midas. It's a little bit greedy, I think.
Boxy, nice snowball. Will be able to dodge away from the avalanche. Bounce over onto that on 2. Matumba Man trying to get the position. Ball was punch unguarded. He'll have to back off because of that ultimate coming out from the disruptor. But they have the last hit coming into play. They get the show. Steolicorn left behind here. Gonna get shaken down by the Primal Beast.
Yeah, a little hop as well with Tumblr gets up to the high ground, farms the camp. I think I would just... Oh, nice. CM ulti saves the tower. You killed the spider.
Little spider dead bodies over here. My goodness.
He's happy to take whatever net worth he can get. I mean, when you're a support, those spiders look like gold.
I wonder how many spiders have been far in this game.
It's that. We need where's T-Panda when you need him?
Eidolons versus spiders. Okay, that's not fair. You can't do that, Analog. That was strictly between the summons. Now Zai gets tossed back over to the opponent. Could have been a nice moment for it, though.
Panapanain.
That was very unfortunate for the side of Hokuri. They did not want him there. I feel like Zai had a moment of just like, oh, hey, yeah, this is perfect positioning. Thank you.
And not a single tip. Damn, Liquid are just all business. That toss into Black Hole, Isaiah is just like, thank you for the free blink dagger. That's very nice. I'll appreciate that.
Alright, and that's gonna get, yeah, you can see this here. The fight, there's the toss from Theolacor into Vitali and into Analog. And I thought for a second, I wasn't sure gonna go for it or not, but he does find this opportunity, the trample, pulverize, everything they need.
Yeah, the opportunity was kind of, you know, thrown into his face, or he was thrown into the face of the opportunity, I suppose. Yeah. He gets to use his ulti there on Zai. They get their hands on an Aegis now for Matumba, so he's going to be a little bit more comfortable farming up. And I suspect they're just going to keep playing around Mickey the way they have been doing, with both Insania and Boxy activating around him all the time.
They're so close to this BKB complete BK, and they haven't been able to kill this guy at all yet. Sitting at 5-0 and 8. The impact from Mickey on this hero just proving to be very, very influential.
Yeah, top. They're getting a little bit flirting with death here, getting this close. Well.
Poke, and they're seeing.
Radiant's middle tower
Getting around a bit in the tree lines.
Now the Yasha coming out now for the Drow. Lumiere already has that Yasha.
Radiant's middle tower just healed
Tower
over.
finally goes down to Vitali. He's been working hard on getting that.
That feels better.
Lame. They're Analog. Try to use the Rolling Thunder to escape. Be able to escape. I don't think. Oh, but Boxy's here. All right, they need to go and cancel out this TP, but they're not gonna be able to do. So,
Wait,
Lumiere dies
Morphling?
to a creep.
Morph?
Okay. Kinetic field getting used. The toss up into the air. The frostbite over to Gardic. Follow-up snowball though, saving them just long enough to. No, not gonna be able to save the Crystal Maiden. Mickey trying to get out here. Does have the Tumbler's toy, not quite enough damage though. It looks like he's actually going to survive.
They're gonna back out and of course make it off the field for a little bit, but not off the field for as long as this Morphling who died to one Storm Harpy crafter in the jungle here. He just morphed Agi. Oh no. As a pit. It wasn't even the patented Bork move of the shovel and morphing Agi and hoping it's not a kobold, but no, it was he just died on a creep camp.
Sometimes this happens. We've seen a couple mistakes out of Hokuri this game. They're dying to the neutral creep, and then of course that unfortunate toss back into the two heroes on Hokuri for the perfect black hole for Zai.
Yeah, they're crumbling a little bit. I mean, they're still very even in net worth, but I think Liquid are, you know, very comfortable with the Aegis in hand and now potentially sieging up some towers as well with Matumba on top.
No play coming out from the side of Liquid, though. They're looking to make another play. Perhaps put some pressure on this tier 2. Outpost for
Radiant are scanning for
You
enemies.
see his short little face palm there as he died to the neutral. He was not very proud of that. No.
It does. Absolutely does. Analog though here in the corner is silent. It's a Wraith Pact. Even go through with the onslaught as Boxy opening up on the back lines. He's guarding. Frostbite's gonna get used and a couple clicks should do the trick. This time Insania. So this tower's gonna go down. That'll open up the outpost side of Liquid. I like the way that they're playing this, I have to say.
Yeah, they're using the Aegis in a good way here with the activation. And they're also going to go high ground a little bit, maybe poke and force people home. Because right now they're being pushed on mid. Broodmother is trying to get some compensation. Tier 2 tower is falling pretty fast to her. She has a good amount of spiders.
Gonna send Zai back though.
Dire are scanning for
Another hero too, sending back Crystal Maiden. So
Meanwhile, Boxy's chasing in the other side of the map.
yeah, he found himself the Olacore. No bar, off, and now Lumiere his own. Tusk needs to be careful because he's not alone. In comes Valley, they'll be able to blow him up. There's the onslaught, there's the trap over to Lumiere. Crystal Maiden letting it go. The pulverize will make Lumiere pay for killing Boxy.
Yeah, good catch by Boxy. Even though he didn't have people right behind him, he knew that, okay, we're done top. We're going to make a move towards bottom now for the tier 1 tower. So he goes in very aggressively there. Even though he gets caught in the end, he did net his team 2 kills there. And a kill on the Morphling, who the most important hero on the map there.
Lane, pinging out Fly.
Radiant's
Working
top
towards
tower
Blink
is
Daggers
on the
as
rocks.
an item. Enjoyed getting that first black hole, but knows he can't rely on the time. Needs to constantly toss him that way.
Radiant's top
Hey
tower
buddy, I need
is
another
under
blink, please.
Dire's
Come help
bottom
me.
tower won't last long.
The secret agent, the Olacore over there, secretly working for
They're
Team
trying to
Liquid.
bring down Radiant's
An
top tower.
investigation.
Dire's
Dying to
bottom tower
neutrals.
is under attack.
Tossing enigmas. What is
Dire's
this?
bottom
Very
tower.
suspicious.
Not my go-to.
Stand the
Okay, seeing Vitalis. Gonna try running over. Does get glimpsed away though, so
Dire's bottom
there's his
tower.
initial position and 1 minute's gonna a haste through top.
They wanted to try
Well, they have the Olacore. They have so much damage that it's just immediately evaporated. They can't stop. So, Jonas TP, low grab, analog. You cannot escape the black hole, even if you are running your little rolling thunder. So this tower.
So notably there, the ether lens allowed him to catch him from such a far distance. Usually a problem with black holing Tango and his ulti is that if black hole's so close to you, you pull him into yourself and cancel the black hole on yourself. But he has that ether lens, he was able to grab him from far away.
Dire's bottom
He just
tower
got too close
is
to
under
Tango.
attack.
Tower has fallen.
Very cool observation. Maybe could now form more flank.
Dire's bottom tower
Okay,
won't last
seeing
long.
that wall front and center.
Also VP on him.
Oh, it's a good avalanche though. The opening up to the Olacore, but immediately, oh look at this nice static storm that gets dropped. Nick is forced back. The Olacore falling. Lumiere getting off some of these clicks over onto Boxy. Just be careful though, the BKB is over. Mikhail's so low, so is Boxy. They're both gonna head out. And while this is going on, Zai blinking forward. They drop the Wraith Pact over on the Brood Mother. In comes Crystal Maiden. Dania has a frostbite. Follow up with the ultimate, with the snowball, with the onslaught, and one big old punch. Will make the Brood Mother pay for pushing in this mid lane once they had finished healing.
every single core is dominating so hard over on the side of Liquid, and meanwhile looking over to the side of Hokuri, they only have 1 kill on Morphling, no assists. The Pango is 0, 5, and 0. Has not been able to connect with anything this game. His attempts at fighting have been really difficult. Granted, one time he got an Enigma tossed on him and he just gets black holed, so that was a bit difficult, but they're not able to have a game on any of their cores. The best one is Broodmother, but she's not really dominating the game. She's still struggling.
I like how you say it so nicely, like, that was a bit difficult.
A bit difficult for him, yeah. I mean, probably not.
That was very much death. Like, you can't control that one at that point.
They could have coordinated that more though, because the Tiny was for quite a while showing his intention of tossing back there, and if he used his roll before the toss back came, then he could have rolled on Enigma. So they were not quite on the same page with what was going to go down. And he ended up reacting. Black Hole is faster than Pango ulti.
Liquid, though, standing on the high ground. They have a smoke over on Hokuri. This Roche could again. Roche not going to respond just yet. Still at least 15 seconds. Taking a wide wrapping play.
Yeah,
But
and
Foxy in position to break any smokes.
they stood on every single ramp up to the Ancients here, so Liquid waited patiently. Wouldn't be surprised to see them want to smoke themselves now, because they waited out the smoke, and the moment Hooker revealed themselves on lanes like Pango, they smoke and chase after.
Gonna have Black Hole in about 10 seconds.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Sits back, they'll get just off the onslaught. Quick hit and run coming out from Mickey. Stomp his way into the jungle, force Hokuri out.
Such a shutdown of Pango. Pango is, I mean, that was the first pick that they went with, that they wanted to, you know, play around and wanted to be the most useful hero for them, and he is not having a game at all. The Older Core in danger now. That's a Blink Dagger. Spiders are keeping tabs of things.
Okay, though, they see Vitali. They're gonna try to get this Broodmother off the map. They're tired of the split push, walrus punch, and another couple clicks. So, 2 dead on the side of Hokuri. We will have the Pangolier up back in a couple seconds, but there's no place for him to teleport if Hokuri stay in the side of the jungle. So they are just gonna back out.
Yeah, Hokuri are falling back, but they're gonna fall back, but soon I think Liquid are just gonna be in a very oppressive position to just keep them in their base. For now they're on the map, but it feels like Liquid are just more and more assertive for every minute that passes here.
Oh, Foxy, alright, he's swings forward, finds himself Gardic. Gardic is not looking too great here, so he uses Static Storm, but Foxy does not care about this. He's the only one over there. Still tanky.
Mid tower now, next target for Matumba. Starts shooting and everyone else just playing around it. They have Black Hole ready.
Zai finding the opening on Lumiere. We'll get Dust off at the signs. They can get position. They're gonna use it to ensure that they can kill the Morphling. Both Lumiere and Analog are having no game at all. It's super difficult for Hokuri right now. It definitely feels like Liquid has their number. They do have they've got their coaches, they've got their analysts, they've got a whole support staff that's definitely, you know, have been doing their homework as well as the players, so that does make things a little difficult. Avalanche is gonna get dropped, but they don't have the Static Storm. Snowball over onto the Ola Core. Guarded on the back lines too is just getting stomped away by Mickey, and these arrows coming out now from Drow, just doing so much damage. Foxy though does get chewed up by the spider, so Vitali will find a kill. But Roche is back up. There's 3 dead. Morph's gonna be up in a moment, but I don't think they want to take the fight without having their Disruptor and their Tiny, but
yeah,
fairly soon too, still fairly low level.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Liquid just go straight into Roche here. Even with Tusk dead, it feels like they're so dominant. They can probably go in and tank it. Not gonna check that it's up on the way through. Mickey, gonna check. So they're waiting for the Tusk. And there's Dieter in bottom for Morphling. This could be big impact.
Oh, the spider. See this?
Oh, they're bugging. Yeah, they sometimes can't really move somewhere. You know, they have the spider web bonus, and then they lose it when they move somewhere, and they get stuck on funny places. It happens all the time.
KB completed now for
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Saw that. Yeah, there it is. Sorry. Matsu's got himself the BK. Fighters, though, slowly comb out. Have the one still in the pits. They're looking for the opening now. They see themselves with Tally. Snowball onto the backlines from Box. He's pretty far away. So he's going to end up long. The Static Storm coming into play very nicely. Will slow down the side of Liquid a little bit. Lumiere singing Stania, chasing after Matu. Matu, of course, has that BKB, though. They're going to try to walk away. Glimpse back, though, over onto Mickey. He's going to just disjoint it using his own BKB.
Yeah, that was a difficult fight to take without Black Hole. Good positioning there by Hokuri, and also Bruce proving to be very difficult to kill with a Wraith Pack and the Pipe of Insight. He stayed alive for a long time, which was very crucial. Foxy just got a little bit too deep there, as his team can't really break the high ground without having Black Hole as well. If they all charge up there, they would just be getting caught in a big disruptor ulti, or getting clicked down by Morphling.
We'll hold off this Roshan for a little bit longer. Still playing up in this area. They know that that's definitely a high priority for Liquid. And I like that Brood does have this gem picked up for him by Garden. So we're going to be able to get some more control over this side of their jungle. So anytime that have any sort of biz, they will.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job of staying relevant in terms of farm over on the side of Valkyrie, despite the game being so grim for them overall. The 1-6-1 Pangolier is still quite even in farm with Mickey's Primal Beast, who is 8-0-13. So that's just, he has a lot more, I want to say a lot more CS. I'm not even sure how he's even in farm. Mickey actually has similar CS. I guess a lot of those are spiders. Yeah, probably kill a lot of the spiders.
Invisrune over on Theolapor. Still have Insania in this area, as is Matu. We'll push out this bottom wave, then send everybody back.
Watch out.
Insania, yeah, there is. Oh, he's forced up on the cliff side. A beautiful ward, but gonna be able to go get off the ultimate on the back line because they blew up Analog. And Insania, he's absolutely safe because of that black hole and that beautiful Crystal Maiden ulti. It was just absolutely perfect. That's an ultra kill now for Matumba Man.
Oh my goodness, that was some good reaction there by Zai coming in and saving all of Liquid as well. They care about their Pulse 5s. All Pulse 5 players wish they got that much love. And the moment they go on Insania, the entirety of Liquid mobilize to get over there, and they punish Hopper big time for overextending there.
I thought for sure he was dead, but Zai being in a good position, yeah, you can see it. Forced up onto the high ground. I thought for sure they were going to get the last click because the storm, but there it is. There's that black hole dragging them forward. Insania using the big freezing field on top of it, and the fight gets split during that entire time, so they're able just to close up.
Yeah, he actually didn't have mana to add the freezing field. That was all the damage of just black hole, and then Drow coming in with some last hits, but that was... Still, I think if they reveal their positioning like that, just to chase after CM, then the fight becomes easy for heroes like the Tusk and for the Enigma. Enigma relies on knowing where the opponents are. So if they break formation and show themselves just for a CM, then Zai is going to be very happy about that. Zai, by the way, has a Crimson Guard now, so his damage mitigation is getting a little bit nice too.
And all the particles.
Yeah, it was a lot of cosmetics really going down. Black Hole looks wild too.
Alright, well, Liquid. And now they've got the Aegis over onto Matumba Man. Bottom portion of the map. Most of their lanes are pushed out, which makes it very difficult for Hokuri to get out on the map. Looks like there is someone here at the Olacor. This is Cliff Trees. Onslaught coming through. Got him, picks him up, starts shaking him around. Go drop down the Midnight Pulse with the Malefice. He's trying to get out of there, but it's not looking good here for Theolacor. Gonna die.
Yeah, the haste trample hurts so bad. The bowling ball coming in when he charges through like that, the Primal Beast.
They're wrecking Dire's bottom
Aegis
barracks.
on Matumba now, with Aegis sieging up the high grounds.
How do you get them out of your base?
I am quite uncertain how to do it.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
I don't know, they don't really have any tools to do it, I think.
Fallen.
I guess they have Ags and Pangos, you can spam his stuff during the roll, but
Scanning for
mid
enemy.
roll and you don't win the fight hard enough, they're just gonna take your entire base afterwards, so they have to win in one fight here.
By super patient, he's gonna have Black Hole up in 6, so if Hokuri group together too tightly, we'll be able to blink in with the Black Hole, and he's been on point. Mars get a little bit of vision over here to the
Dire's
right.
middle tower
Tower's
has
gonna go
fallen.
down.
I see you all.
Just over onto the back lines. They're gonna just try to blow up the Old Core as fast as possible. Mickey does go running in. The Rolling Thunder from Analog, though, going to hit the back line. Snowball from Boxy, gonna get Avalanche tossed up, and that's gonna be a kill here. Now they'll chase after Matu. He's got the BKB up and running, so they're gonna just back off for the time being.
They're backing up, taking the Arcane Rune. Successful defense there by Hokuri, so very well executed. They stayed in good formation, good positioning, not to get caught by anything there. There's so many different dangers that they have to avoid, right? Getting multi-shotted or right-clicked down by Drow, the Enigma threatening Black Hole. One good thing for them, though, is that there's still no BKB over on the side of Zai's Enigma. So Glimpse is always able to stop him as long as you're ready on the truck.
They're playing around this war. You have some of the little spiders.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Off again, the Blink Dagger and the onslaught on Mickey make him so incredibly fast and ready to jump in. So again, in the mid lane, important to note too, we do have the Frost Arrows on Matu. The upgrade, rather, with the Aghanim Shard.
Indeed, he is a dangerous hero for Morphling to watch out for as well.
Hypothermia has nothing to sneeze at, no pun intended. Or the follow-up again. They keep jumping onto Siola for. They're pretty far back with Pulverize. Alright, this time Mickey will be successful. They'll put pressure over onto this other Rax. Be a little bit careful. Matu still has the Aegis for 40-something seconds. It's gonna get glimpsed back by Dardic, but these arrows do so much damage from multi-shot. The Black Hole over onto the backlines from the Zai. He's holding onto Lumiere and Vitaly, but he needed the rest of his team to be there, as it looks like he's gonna just get shred apart. Foxy next to fall. Matu's coming back up again. We get off a frostbite. There's just nothing to help save him, though. Crystal Maiden and Insania trying to do whatever he can, but they'll end up losing him. Looks like Matu does manage to get out.
Really fantastic hold there again. I mean, nice Black Hole by Zai, but he didn't have any damage following through in it because the Drow was being brought down. So if Drow is not auto-attacking into Black Hole and you also don't have Primal Beast around, then even though he caught 2 heroes, it doesn't really end up doing that much. Valkyrie storming down the mid lane. They realize that this is a good timing to do something. Only 30 seconds here, so gotta make quick use of it.
No Black Hole available. Several of these supports are down. There's gonna be the onslaught, though. Lumiere is silenced. The hypothermia, they just burst him. Very nicely done. The Pulverize picking up and just shaking Vitaly. Mickey chase after Gardic again. It's a glimpse away, but they're gonna force stab Matu forward. Doesn't quite manage to connect with the guts with the onslaught coming up forward. Oh, he manages to go catch him, but it doesn't matter. These arrows are flying true, and they'll kill off Gardic.
Yeah, that hypothermia, you were serious about it. He comes in and, of course, has that the marksmanship trigger as well, piercing through any natural armor that you have. Even though you have 40 armor on the Morphling, you just get absolutely pierced by the Daedalus right clicks of this Drow Ranger. Hurts so badly.
Yeah, they can just walk right into the space. Is in the top lane. Spotted out. There's the Snowball, there's the Walrus Punch. He's not going to be available either now, so... 4 dead on the side of Hokuri. They do have buyback on the Morphling if they want to try to use it. Looks like they're going to go up towards the top lane. Oh, okay, there's a bash there from Analog, so Mickey not going to be able to get his hands on him just yet, but he's just acting as a wall currently. So you can see here that Matu and Crystal Maiden, they're hitting this Rax, and they're just going to be able to rip down these buildings.
Now they're playing behind as well, but Tumba just keeps right-clicking here. Mega Creeps are secured, and they are going for the throne. Hokuri still trying to hold on here. Don't want to tap out here every single chance they have. Even if it's slim, they need to keep trying.
Foxy does flip forward, Hypothermia stabs. It's a nice and helpful. So Foxy now is just trapped over in the corner, but they still manage to get the kill on Lumiere. here. He's dead. There is no buyback on this Morphling. Analog rolling around in circles. Will get clipped down. Oh my goodness. Nikkei with the BKB picks up the down, shakes them about, and yeah, they will indeed call it Liquid 2-0ing Hokuri. And looking to be an excellent form coming up from those last.
EG boom, EG boom.
Bem tensa, né? A situação da G.
Sayang. May reward eh.
Pulverizar utilizado, um double damage ali do lado. Ele ainda conseguiu pegar. Ah, não, aí não. Ele ainda pegou esse double damage. Essa runa dando duplo. Vai sendo parado nesse momento agora, fera.
Do they have the damage though? Because the trample, it is bullying down his Boom heroes. Rebound misses in from Tim. Across and Yopaj, well, he's surviving thanks to the Coco's run. But Abed salving now, and EG still in a position where they can continue fighting.
This Kunkka, he salves up, but he then loses the salve because of the rum wearing off, so he needed to wait. That entire salve was effectively wasted, and look like Boom can stick around for too much longer. They get another salve out. Kunkka gonna just X himself back to base. Come back in. They're ready to now fight this one. You have to be a little bit careful.
And there's this warding battle between Scam and Fly. It's getting real intense. Observers dropping all over the place. Limited vision for both teams down the bottom portion of the map. But they're going to find Fly. They don't have enough damage here, especially if this torrent lands, which it does from Yopaj. Glimpse back on the beast, stops the initiation of Abed. So Scam looks like he's gonna get away from the grasps of the primal beast. While top lane, EG, they are responding, knowing that Jackie's a little isolated here, breaking and ensnaring, catching out the bristleback. But do they have the damage to fully finish him off? This Lancer Pursuit doing a pretty good job backstabbing into the bristleback. And Jackie, a few more hits until he dies, no more one charges. So a big streak there for Nightfall, in fact, to take.
Just barely enough damage there. Nightfall had to back off because one more kill was going to finish him off. They thought they had Rubik TPing in, but on the bottom side of the map, Rubik got caught out by the X as he was TPing top to help with that kill. So Boom find a Rubik kill, but the Bristle going down is the big one. He was on a dominating streak as well. And most importantly, it's just freed up this top lane for RTZ to farm the jungle, farm the lanes, really catch up. He was a bit behind both Kunkka as well as Bristleback, and that gap is quickly closing kills like that.
Yeah, I think they don't even get the kill if this neutral item on RTZ is different. The Lancer Pursuit really helping out there with the Hound, the backstab damage.
Even, you know, you'd think it's kind of bad against Bristle because you don't want to be hitting him from behind, but it's still extra damage, and just the 2 points in the Bristleback means that extra bit of damage pays off big time.
Radiant using echolocation.
And a smoke from Boom. But there's nobody here, nobody defending tier 1.
Your Admiral is on board.
Love to found Arteezy, but he's jungling it up and way too low in health to be playing around this area of the map. He even puts a very defensive ward to kind of protect himself in that top jungle.
Tower needs some friends.
Yeah, nice to see carry players bringing wards to themselves to place. He'll head down bottom now though. Three members from EG now angling towards FBZ's Enigma, who's had a really rough game, it looks like, net worth-wise, down in the dumps.
Yeah, that's a concern, I think, for Boom. The other two cores were set up to succeed, but this Enigma is still a key part of what they want to do. FBZ, they want to fight bottom.
And coming forward, they've got Black Hole ready. And Abed, he's already spent his Onslaught and Trample. So with the Unleash from Tim's and Yopaj's control, they catch out Abed's Primal Beast. It felt like EG were going to full-on dive there, but nobody follows through on Abed. Now with the glimpse, they found Fly as well. A bonus kill on top of it. Defending tier 1, getting 2 takedowns, and Yopaj with a double kill.
Very nicely done. You've got to take the most out of the map when you're, up against this Naga Siren. You do feel like you're on a bit of a timer, and if Naga's farming somewhere, you have to be making these plays. I think the next big thing for Boom is going to be trying to start pressuring some of these objectives. Bristleback maybe want to get farm these stacks up first, and with the kills they just got, these Ancients are pretty much uncontested. A ton of farm going Jackie's way here.
That's huge. And pushing him closer and closer to Ags. You're going to be about halfway there with this money being grabbed up. And that whole fight bottom was without Black Hole, so it feels like FBZ is still pretty comfortable just to stay down there, shove back against the Viper. being a real nuisance for EG.
Still a little concerning that he is this underfarmed. Playing a hero that, you know, you want to hit these team fight item timings like around and try and push the tempo with a Wraith Pack, but come EG smoking down bottom. They're going to see Scam. Could be a free kill for them.
Yeah, quick and easy. Even using the Viper Strike to make sure he dies.
Stolen Glimpse. Pretty good spell to get. Level 3 as well, so that's something Crit can get some serious value out of.
Yeah, even just cancelling Black Hole at this point. And a dive again. Round 2 from our bed. Under the tier 1, but this time where are the TPs from Boom? They start to come through in the Black Hole. Oh, he catches the beast down Rubik. So no glimpse play there, and FBZ set up yet again under this tier 1. He's an absolute nuisance. EG trying to dive him and get him out of this little hole he's made for himself, but Nightfall on the run as Tim, he's getting towards the Viper, just needs a rebound in 2 seconds time. Torrent to try and catch out the Viper, and they've got the stuns they need. Dispose Nightfall back in towards the Kunkka, drag him into the boat, and crash down on the Viper.
So impressed. FBZ playing around the trees and the fog so well. He knows he's being dove there. He calls for the rotation, probably telling his team, like, I'm going to hit this great black hole. His Primal Beast has no way to cancel as long as I catch him. And the 2-man black hole sets up Boom to now take this T1 tower. And they're now, we're talking about, they want to turn these kills into objectives. And that's exactly what's happening down this bottom lane.
Couldn't withstand the tide.
What's next for them? Like, can they go mid? Or is this now about keeping your bristleback in ancients and farming there?
I think to accelerate, like, yeah, they're going for a bit more of a stack here. The mid-tier 1 towers, something they're going to be eyeing up, perhaps more around like their next black hole timing, or at least Ghost Ship. But it's time to keep making smoke plays, perhaps. Aghanim's for Bristle's a big power spike for them, and just keeping EG on the back foot. You want to push them out of their jungle and just not give them this like efficient defensive farm that really plays into the Naga's hands.
Thanks. Everything's offset because of the laning stage. You know, we usually be looking at a little more net worth across some of these core heroes. Naga Siren's Manta style a little delayed compared to where we usually see it. So it doesn't have the full control of cutting the waves and manipulating the map as Arteezy would want to. But EG will come back down bottom.
Smoke coming their way. BKB Kunkka smoked up with the Marcy, who's level 9, by the way. Holy cow. You see Arteezy.
Radiant's bottom tower faces.
So they want to go deeper. They don't have any vision up on that high ground, but Crit has walked straight into them. And Rubik down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let them clear out this bottom side of the map in the jungle, and they're just being very efficient on the Boom side, doing this with just the 2 heroes, while Bristle continues to farm top. Skem's doing some stacking up there as well, so just dividing their resources so then they're not over-committing to get kills. It never feels good to be like 4 or 5 men smoking, killing 1 hero while multiple enemy cores are farming.
Alas 4 na ma.
Trap for Scam.
Pulled across into the large cap, but the trample damage quickly removing the disruptor from that top lane.
Radiant think fortification can save.
Little geniuses, that's 3 heroes that came up top to kill off a support. A little room for Naga Siren. You see all these pink markers across the map. Illusions spreading out and scouting, getting additional farm for Arteezy.
Radiant are scanning for enemy.
Big test will be coming their way around now with the Bristleback. And his Scepter coming on Courier.
Oh, they steal the boat. And they've got a good song here to defend Fly. EG, they don't want to keep fighting though as the glimpse comes in. Kinetic Field going to trap Arteezy, and Jackie's arrived. The big tanky boys going to pass into the Naga Siren. Another drag back with the X-Mark into Torrent, and Arteezy's down.
One more Riptide. Oh no! Oh, the Naga illusion does go down, but killing Arteezy there, they'll be happy with the outcome nonetheless as Boom find these kills that between the Disruptor and the Kunkka. There's just so much reach. Being able to catch all these fleeing heroes, they've got great ways to actually like negate these like song escapes. Disruptor in the past was often picked against Naga because you can't just like song TP out when there's this glimpse that outranges the sleep AoE. So really heads up call from Boom here to make some of these moves and kill Arteezy and now pressure this mid lane.
Yeah, good amount of damage on it until Arteezy comes back in there, clears out the creep wave. Next step for Boom. They're still pairing up these heroes with Tims and Yopaj together. They offer kill threat no matter where they go. As they're pulverizing creeps here, trying to onslaught away, but they've got the X mark again. The ability to drag people into the waiting arms of the Marcy, get the cleave on the Tidebringer, and Abed, even with the uproar, cannot withstand the damage the Boom are bringing.
Kind of doesn't look like Abed's playing that well, but just a very unexpected lane ward there that I don't think you don't expect to be scouted farming that big camp. He actually backed off away from the main Radiant jungle because he knew it wasn't the same place to be. He's just found this one big camp, be right on the edge and back off, but Boom Vision is just being superb this game to continue to catch him. That's 1 and 3 on Abed's Primal Beast.
Yeah, it's been rough. And you're hitting all of the item timers here from Boom. Aghanim Scepter is up for Jackie, but he's quickly going into BKB. Radiance is queued up for Kunkka, and he's already got 2,500 gold saved up towards it. So they're going to have even more answers through itemization against the Naga, against the break from Viper, and keep fighting.
Going on Jackie up top, the ensnare plus Nether Toxin.
Rooted, and oh wow, destroyed! The freezing field is clear through him. Flying, a little trapped here, but get crit back in that mid lane.
Boom are thinking about a fight up top. They've got both supports poised to maybe catch somebody with a glimpse, but Gia backed off for now.
Yeah, good D ward, getting rid of the lane ward. Abed with a BKB now. Much more difficult for Yopaj and Tims. No, he's got BKB, right? He's going to be fine, surely.
Sure, I agree, surely, but a rebound stun into a torrent, ghost ship, there is potential for a chain stun. It's just very difficult to do, and yeah, he will be fine.
I'm still building up FBZ's Enigma. Wraith Pack done, heading into Blink next. Looking for that big team fight initiation. Because in this game, nothing really to stop him when you blink BKB black holes you. Outside of maybe a crit steal.
Mid, Yopaj does get caught by the pulverize.
Do they have the chain stuns to kill him though? Looks like with his BKB up, the answer's no. Quickly swinging on towards Fly's Crystal Maiden.
Loaded to the gills.
Take the support kill and actually make their way into the Roshan pit. They want to force this fight. This is a risky call considering they just used Kunkka's BKB as well. And no ghost ship as well. They're being scanned out. But they're killing this so fast, and with Bristleback being as farmed as he is, EG are going to struggle to fight into it.
Yeah, there's no way for them to even get near the pit, never mind fight there. And you've always got the threat of that FBZ black hole around the Roche pin as a fearful mechanism that OG couldn't walk into. Trying to get RTZ up. He's got Manta Orchid now, and he's done a very good job cutting top, mid, bottom waves. He's on the enemy side of the river. This is a great place for the Naga to be in right now.
Being able to cut these mid waves as well as bottom waves is just always so annoying. But Bristleback in mid lane hasn't aged, but it's the same thing we saw top. He just melts with the Nether Toxin plus ensnare combo.
Didn't stand a chance, and that was crit with the rebound shard, tossing RTZ forward. As Abed gets his BKB off, pulverizing into the Bristleback. It looks like he's going to go for the TP home though.
Try. Not playing with a try.
Nightfall. He'll be left stranded though by that TP home. And FBZ seconds away from catching out that Primal Beast.
Was just a TP out in time. Abed narrowly escapes. Well, the reset seems to be here. Probably Jackie's saying like, I need this BKB before we try and take these fights.
Panalo Liquid 2-0 sa Hokori.
Four staffs and utility items as well.
Maganda record ng Liquid 45.
There's no BKB on the pin now though.
Maunahan pa nila
Yeah, then dragged into the static storm, and Yopaj with that big hit, and the unleash from Tims makes short work of him. Bring down the bottom, Jackie ensnared. There's no Viper here, so no break. The Freezing Field, a good amount of damage, but Jackie turning his back every step of the way, stacking up Cruel Sprays. Still alive for now and surviving. Done him to try and slow him down. The rebound in, RTZ sent forward, gets the kill, but it goes rest of Boom now. Crit tried to retreat. RTZ the focal point, Song of the Siren. It's a reset button here for EG, but they want to continue. No,
it's gonna be close. Song lasting just long enough. With the X, he had to wait to TP. A good result in the end for EG, though, killing that Bristleback who just couldn't quite stay alive long enough. We'd seen how easily they kill him with the Viper. They did that without the Nether Toxin there.
Fly's damage output is pretty significant.
Yeah.
It's 2,000 damage from the Naga, around 900 from the Fly Maiden.
Dami kasi illusion eh.
The
Tama lang yan.
amount of damage was needed there, and big. Doing the rebound with the shard, not
Slayer
something you
blade na.
expect there.
Ay, Slayer
Being
blade.
able to throw the Naga Siren in ended up actually securing the kill.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Like, we don't see this from Marcy herself. Very often it goes as like phase, BKB, scaling, support hero. What else is there out there for
1-0 to, panalo
to
boom
get with
kanina.
his shard? Anything cool?
Game 2 na to.
Thunderstrike, I guess, the shard.
Yeah, maybe.
Not bad. It's just level 1 Thunder. I mean, well, it doesn't matter what level it is. The shard buff is.
Yeah, I guess just having telekinesis to save people as well. Good option there for the Rubik as Yopaj down to half HP immediately, and the chain stuns, they're perfect from EG.
Great aggressive move, just taking over this high ground, playing it around their ward, knowing that these Naga illusions will constantly pressure out these lanes, and eventually you'll find a pick off.
And you're slowing down the tempo.
Realizing the strength of Naga Siren and what she does, you combo that with like this great pick-off that BKB Primal Beast brings to the table, and the Rubik does, it just makes life so difficult.
Yeah, knowing that Boom are in a little bit of a lull now, kind of waiting for Bristle's BKB to be up. He's 20 gold short of it. It will coincide with the respawn of the Kunkka, but that's going to be the most important period of the game, really, it feels like for Boom, is right now. Double BKB, Radiance on Kunkka. They should be ready to smoke out of this mid lane and go and make a play into that top jungle of EG.
Definitely, I feel like they need to deward this cliff first. They get the sentry down. Even smoking past wards often isn't enough, because if the other team has wards like around the place of the map where you want to farm and they don't see you, it's going to be very telegraphed any kind of smoke play just by knowing where your opponents are not farming on them.
Step lively now.
Boom.
Your admiral is on board.
And readying themselves. Bristleback, he's shown on a Naga illusion.
Find here, Crit's going to be the one playing kind of aggressive down this bottom lane, as is Abed, but he's got Blink BKB. Would love to get Arteezy's Naga Siren if possible.
Oh, they were so close to finding him, but then Naga moves back behind the mid-tier 2. Abed's Primal Beast, the Blind Torrent, it catches onto him. And got the Black Hole as well. FBZ happy to spend it, but the steal.
TP
Home. Okay, we've got to look for that in the future. Crit with this Etherlens Black Hole is an absolute threat.
Like, okay guys, I need my Blink Dagger now, but as far as cancels go, they have got Glimpse. Pretty reliable if the instructions for Boom are, let's not use Glimpse offensively to find pickoffs. Maybe you just have to save it for a Black Hole, because outside of that, there's not really a reliable instant cancel for Black Hole, so big, dangerous spell in Crit's hands.
Still waiting another 2 minutes at the very least for Roshan, which it feels like Boom need on this Bristleback to give them a bit more leeway in the fights. Dead even game in terms of net worth because of the Black Hole there. Caught out the Kunkka, but he gets out with his BKB now and turning on the crit, taking out the Rubik. While Arteezy, the BKB Naga Siren, running away from Tim's and going for the TP home. Nothing to stop him from retreating from that, but a glimpse back will catch Abed. The Primal Beast has a BKB of his own, but he's already spent his onslaught. A lot of physical damage is coming his way. A Blink Dagger will get Abed the distance he needed. That's a lot of chasing and catching as they'll look for Fly now as well. Sentry's already on the floor, so disposed from Tim. Gets the maiden kill. 2 supports down on EG's side as Boom rally around Jackie on his mid-tier 2.
This game's just a bloodbath. Boom just keep running at EG wherever they go. Doesn't matter like the state of this game. They're just like, we run at them. Top lane Abed, he's got no BKB, and they're TPing up here to try and punish him, but it does look like he's going to get out A-OK, and Boom don't actually end up getting this mid-tier 2 tower in the end.
They've got to retreat.
Your admiral is on board.
Yeah, looking like Abed's going to go for the Aghanim Scepter like we saw in the previous game from Nightfall, so adding a secondary break there against the Bristleback. Yopaj, what's he got? Assault Cuirass queued up, plate mail's there in his inventory. Very tanky Kunkka. Along with this Bristleback, 2 cores that can frontline, catch, and tank through the damage of EG.
This is a Naga game. You need all 3 of your cores to basically be itemizing and trying to scale as much as possible. It's going to drag out. You're not going to be able to end things. You don't have the best pushing heroes with your Bristleback carry, so you need everybody to be contributing when it comes to late game Dota. So Kunkka with AC would like to see like Daedalus type items even later on, just going all out with right-click damage and tankiness, just to make sure that you've got as many cores as possible in the late game. Because heroes like Viper and Primal Beast can kind of fall off a bit when it gets to late game Dota.
I sure can. Now, pretty quick Roche spawn. EG prep in with their high ground wards. They see Boom. The battle of the D-wards begins, but it's a lift up, and Yopaj, he's still down on the low ground. Abed, the catch on him though. Killing off the Kunkka. Couldn't BKB. Abed with a surprise initiation.
Just got too greedy there, trying to hold on to his BKB for a potential 5, and
gets out of the static storm. Arteezy, he's in deep with his BKB, and the song will reset, catching out both Jackie and Tims. Can they get on top of them with a bit of control? Abed is lining up for it. 14 BKBs. Now the kiting begins from EG. Roshan has just respawned, and you know there's no Enigma, no Kunkka for 30 seconds. Charging in for tier 2. Abed, very bold move. Putting fear at the forefront of the minds for Boom now.
It's never a happy sight for Boom fans when you're seeing your double BKBs being popped just to run the hell out of there. And EG going to be thrilled with this fast Roshan respawn. The Kunkka and Enigma respawning pretty quickly themselves, but without BKBs and without any kind of vision or control of the area, EG have easily taken this Roshan, secured themselves Aegis and Action.
Fallen to the Dire.
Yeah, shard straight onto the Naga.
The biggest fan of this, but I think against all the AoE spread damage, it's actually better than a lot of games we've seen. Often you've seen supports taking shard over Nagas, but yeah, like against Midnight Pulse, against Quills, against the Kunkka, it's all this AoE spread damage over time, so Zong giving some healing actually makes a lot more sense this game than most.
Yeah, keep all your heroes topped up. Especially if you can kite around these BKBs. Arteezy is scouted down bottom though. He's all alone. Moving forward into the Radiant jungle now. Tim's gonna catch him and snare. Arteezy looks back. He does have this Aegis, but no BKB anymore as it starts to wear out.
Trying to transition Tims into this semi-core as well with the Marcy being able to just jump in and kill somebody. But EG just seem to be able to disengage every time Boom try and make these plays with these BKBs. And this is a game that they're more than happy to see slow down a bit. There is that threat that this late game Enigma can get BKB up, has Aether Lens as well. We could get into Refresher territory, maybe even a Lincoln's against the Rubik.
Maganda-gandang blacko lang.
EG will just have to try and play around with buybacks, Aegis, and positioning.
Yeah, I almost wish... No, I do. I wish NPC went for a Hand of Midas this game, knowing it's going to drag out. We've seen a couple of Enigmas have poor laning stages, get the Hand of Midas and recover very nicely. Get that bonus XP, keep yourself farming away. That would push us, and push us into tier 5 neutral item territory as well, which I've not seen yet this group stage. Still waiting for my one game of big items.
We've come so close. I feel like we had a 59-minute game, and I feel like we've had multiple like 55 to 57, but no 60 yet.
Yeah, all those games contracted to Sunsfan for the playoffs. He's the one that gets them every time. Boom gonna come out with a smoke though. 5 heroes strong. They know they're still very powerful here, even though EG has the Aegis and a 5k lead. So many ways for Boom to start and continue team fights. And spotting Arteezy first. Seeing him on the Siren there, forcing an early BKB is a good start. He's in on top of Tim as well. Narvis finds the Enigma. Arteezy straight forward towards FPZ and aims for Tim's now as Abed pulverizing into the poor Marcy, forcing buybacks out as the first life of Naga is finally down. Jackie has the BKB up. They'll turn on Naga with a blow at the top, catching out Arteezy. A huge kill for Boom if they can get it. And it looks like the Siren, it's going to stop them in their tracks. Arteezy's out of there. Oh, boom! They spent so much and they don't even get the kill.
All the buybacks, the Enigma and the Marcy, and it's EG who get to walk away with smiles on their faces. FBZ had a black hole, he just can't go for it. You'll see him after the buyback positioning in the trees, but they do a great job finding him. Crit gets a telekinesis. The replay here, once again, they lose the Enigma and instantly buyback trying to force this fight, taking the one life, but EG just have too much firepower and BKBs oh so well. The truly tragic team fight in the end for Boom.
May black hole ka pa.
So unfortunate for them, but so good for EG. With the side device on his Viper, they've got all the control in the world. Make sure they focus the Kunkka down before he can get anything off. And the freezing field onto Tim's. 2 heroes dead for well over a minute now. And Boom being corralled back into their base by the evil geniuses. It is Naga Siren time. 33 minutes into this game, Arteezy, top of the net worth, ready to fight and seemingly unkillable at this point.
Stage of the game where you're Boom and you're thinking we just could have played around maybe some of these high ground defenses. Play around some of Enigma's late game BKB black hole timings. Got the Philosopher's Stone currently on Disruptor. I'd always like to see that kind of pass over to this Enigma, just to try to get that BKB up a little bit faster, but as it stands, it just feels like Boom have missed their window in the mid game, and all they can hope for is some kind of turtle up and stall things out as much as possible, because their cores are just not keeping up with Naga anymore. This Kunkka's kind of become food the last couple of fights.
Radiant's middle tower.
Very concerning situation to them.
The map is no safe space for Boom anymore. Bottom lane on the tier 2, mid pushed in, top cut out. There's nowhere for them to go. You've got the option of chaining smokes together, try and find pickoffs, but with the way that bottom fight went, I think you're right. Boom just going to have to bide their time and wait for a miraculous moment out of FBZ.
Do or die for Boom. This is their TI life on the line.
And EG are coming for them.
Yep. Want to seal the deal. Help their NA brethren Sonic stay in the tournament. I mean, they wouldn't be eliminated should EG lose, but it would be tiebreakers. That's something I'm sure Sonics want to avoid.
Never a good place to be in. And Boom gonna hold there. A little high ground here near the Ancients. EG coming in from the south. But there again, the ones with options. They've got the choice of diving, pushing tier 2 mid, or just going for the easier option of the tier 2 bottom lane. As Arbed cuts the wave and sets things up for his squad. Come in and look for that objective. Where is SPZ? What's the damage now? Still about 1,000 away from it. A little more time required.
Got the lane to himself up top, can just use those Eidolons to kind of solo push things out. Naga Illusions will cause problems for him though, as you know EG is just not going to let any kind of lane pressure phase them. Naga's even TP top, thinking that maybe he can find this Enigma, but definitely not something that should happen.
All the way back to tier 3. FBZ did get scouted there. Naga Illusions still lurking around in the Radiant base. Arteezy doing such a tremendous job at scouting out every step the Boom make. Always on the defensive as this net worth lead skyrockets now. So much more effective area of the map here for EG to farm. Boom's going to smoke right on top of Crit. But it's not just the Rubik here, it is all 5 from EG ready to fight. Such a dangerous moment now.
No real incentive, I think, for Boom to smoke or move out on the map until they have this BKB on Enigma. There's still the potential black hole steal, but maybe that's where you just save something like Glimpse to cancel it immediately if possible. It's also so hard to take these fights because Naga Illusions keeping every single lane shoved in, but also just giving a tremendous amount of vision. You pair that vision with a BKB Primal Beast, with Blink Dagger, with a Blink Aether Lens Rubik. The catch on EG, we've seen a few times, somebody just gets caught and like Yopan, especially on Kunkka, he doesn't get a chance to maybe BKB. You can kill these heroes pre-BKB. He could get the
100
right
to 0.
situation. Yeah.
Yeah, hit them straight out. That's the thing. Everything matters. Like every ward, every little bit of vision, every creep for Enigma, every big team fight ulti from Boom. Everything has to be perfect. Not a single bit of room for slip up here. And EG, Roshan alive, control the Ancients area, and this is their spot to play from now.
Stand it. They've got complete map control. All the lanes are shoved. They can wait for this next Roshan, but said they're going to go for a bit of a smoke up. Boom themselves, 5-man smoke, making a move out on the map. They see the creeps mid being cleared out by a smoked up Arbit. Well, they don't see Arbit, but they know somebody was there doing something. What can they find? They don't have vision.
Hims. Does he see Arbed? They see the Primal Beast, they jump, but he blinks away. EG very quick off the mark to run as Nightfall blinks out of the FBZ's Enigma. BKBs are up from him and Nightfall, and FBZ's chasing. Wants the black hole, and he'll have to spend it, but the seal. Stop, and they've got the double on Jackie. 3 down on the side of EG. And boom. A little more breathing room for them.
Yeah, and I think this is how you have to approach these fights if you're FBZ. Accept your black hole is going to be stolen. I don't think you try and protect it. I think you just have to black hole the best core target you can find and rely on your teammates to play around the Rubik stealing black hole. That's exactly what they do this fight. Rubik steals it, reveals his position, and Disrupt is there with the Static Storm on top of him to prevent any kind of counter initiation. And with 3 dead, Boom could make their way into this Roshan pit. They've got to keep these lanes pushed out, which is the constant struggle against Naga, but it is a 5v2.
And the Naga Siren not just got the flames, going for kills with Arbet's help. Tim's get off his BKB,
turning it.
The Kunkka, low HP with no BKB ready. Tim songed up and Arbet with a BKB TP. EG extricate themselves from the situation, but it's still that issue where Boom are not allowed to do anything on the map. Everyone from EG is now respawning.
And it's just too much time taken to push out these lanes that with EG all alive, you're not getting Roshan yourself, nor do they really want to risk it. They want to play around this black hole cooldown. I almost want to say FBZ should just go refresh it here. He's got Aether Lens and Lincoln's queued up, but we'll see how this game progresses. He doesn't have to commit to any kind of item pickup quite yet, but it does look like he wants this Aether Lens at least for now.
Wait out the black hole, just keep on waiting, Boom. Evil geniuses. They're back under an observer ward, knowing how important this next Roshan is.
And team's playing with limited vision here.
Yeah, this war between Scam and Fly from the very get-go. So many sentries, now a gem. And what's that a steal on? Is it rebound? It's a rebound for the Rubik.
The shot we've seen before. Use this as a save as well. Boom have pushed EG away from the Roche pit. Whether or not they can go in is another question. The fact I'm a bit surprised to see EG playing so conservatively considering Black Hole is down. If anything, I feel like this is where they can force some fights, and they are going to smoke up now. Going back to the fact that they are the ones who should be the aggressors. With Black Hole on cooldown.
Who's their first point of contact going to be, though? Every buyback matters right now as they glimpse across the Naga. Nice Manta and Arbed, he's into the back lines. Tim's gets up his BKB, but FBZ has no black hole. Arbed looking to run away as the Son of the Siren was attempting to kite the BKBs, but they're losing Nightfall's Viper. Jackie and Scam, they're in on top of him, but he TP's home. The last remnants of the sun allowing the escape. Teasy on the run, trying to push her away, but Glue
Yeah,
Teasy
yung laban.
inside the Roche pit, and Jackie is making sure work of it, but Satanic, the healing. Teasy saved up by Arbed now. The black hole from FBZ though.
Nice.
And the primal base, sucking them back into the damage.
Pinili yung laban ha, kita pumapalaga yung EG.
Jackie for the Nightfall now, shredding through the Viper.
Oh,
As Slime tries to hold his ground, but EG loses 3 big claws. Only 2 supports remaining.
Magpapalaka ng katawan niyan. Atrapin mo yan. Tagal na ito hindi naman magbawas.
And no buybacks here for EG with an ultra for Jackie. Roshan belongs to them.
Holy shit, they're doing it out. They're winning these these late game fights against Naga, against the illusions
Mark,
all over the place. The Jackie Bristle. We talk about Bristle being this mid-game tempo character. Jackie says, no, just wait, guys. I've got the late game. With an MKB pickup, he now hits level 25 as well. He's hidden like a truck. Nobody can hold their own with this Bristle on top of them. As long as he doesn't get bursted down during some kind of like nether toxin and uses his BKB well, he was crushing that team fight, doing 11,000 damage. Absolutely insane stuff.
Incredible.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
And Sonic's got 0-2, so if they win this game, they're in a tiebreaker. This is it. Boom also, I think, still playing their game too, so it could be either a 2 or a 3-way tie. Boom don't know that result. All they know is they've got a 2-0 here. This Boomer's still in TI. SCA Dota, we're not dead yet.
It's all still alive. It's on the line here, though. Let's see what they can do with this Aegis. Claiming a tier 2 mid, going up the top now. The tempo picking up again for Boom after a bit of a waiting period for this FBZ Blink BKB. But now he's got it. He's shown off how much of a threat he can be. 50 more seconds for Aegis. Sorry, for the Black Hole on the Enigma. And that's going to be Boom just waiting and holding on to a little bit of terrain here in the northern part of the map. It looks like they want to make a smoke move down bottom, though. Get all of these tier 2s and make sure that Naga Siren doesn't have free reign in terms of map control.
Things nice and safe, particularly the Black Hole cooldown, the big one that they really have to stress and emphasize here in late game Dota. And they're going to run into Abed here. That's the onslaught out of there. Still has the BKB to play around, but the chase is on. They now know somebody's nearby and need a bash.
He's got a missile. Jackie's got him. Abed. So much physical damage from Jackie. And the Primal Beast dead for 70 seconds with no buyback. He's 100 gold away from it. So maybe a bounty rune, maybe a bit of waiting here.
Thank you, Agent Abed. We'll take that one. And Boom gonna look to pressure the high ground here. They're not done yet. They're not out of this one. 5k gold lead with an Aegis Bristle on the front lines, level 25. So his right-click damage is really amping up now with that 18 Warpark damage per stack.
FBZ's got to make the move back to mid, though. Ninja gear there, so he's individually smoked up. And Skem's going to join him as the Bristle back, getting a little annihilated. It's Naga Siren, so Aegis down. And Bristleback still on the front lines under the break of the Nether Toxin, has to run away.
They stick around here. FBZ smoke's being popped. It's going to maybe want to play around another Ninja game, but here they go.
Silent shot.
Storms in on the
Silent
easy.
shot.
Call out RTZ.
Black hole muna. Nice.
Back in the corner, Naga Siren dead. Oh, diving tier 4s. They've got the kill on the main as well.
Oh, Boom with 3 dead. No buyback on Naga. He shot the money on TC. He did it for SA Dota, but he's not doing it for NA. Sonics are watching like, come on, man. We just needed one win here, one game, and they're not getting it. Boom. It looks like they've sealed the deal here. They're going to get at least a second lane of racks. EG still have a little bit of fight left in them, but it's not much.
Yeah, there's no buyback on Naga. 50 seconds without her. Abed has respawned and they're trying to play He's aiming for the Mercy, but the cheese. Bristleback dies though. Yopa's trying his hardest to battle back into EG, but even a 3-man hold here is good enough for the NA squad.
Yeah, with Bristleback, Simo not having buyback there, they can't actually force the issue here. Abed charging forward, but has he been able to shoot?
Disposed back by the Marcy, but he's on top of Yopa. Causing so many issues here for Boom, breaking up the Kunkka, catching up the Marcy.
Stolen Unleashed.
Unleashed, stolen by the Rubin, trying to pummel into them. There's the Enigma, he's got to run.
Oh, that Stolen Unleash, he was just pelting people there. Not a hero you really expect to do some right-click damage, but EG still alive. Abed's Primal Beast in the front line, dishing out some serious damage, putting his life on the line to make sure that fight went okay, knowing he had the buyback to play around, so he was the one looking to keep Boom at bay, and he have succeeded in keeping this game alive.
Oh man, finding that jump. So vitally important for EG's hopes here. We've still got another 3 minutes left on Roshan's fast spawn timer, so yeah, no second life for this Bristle next round. And our team's Naga Siren going to be much more careful and delicate with how he approaches the team fight next time around as well. It looked like Boom had this one, but EG Really making sure it's not that easy. FBZ. He sees the Maiden. A quick static storm in there. It's flying. Gets caught out, but dragged to safety by Chris Rubik.
FBZ has the BKB, gets it caught by the Abyssal too. He's still alive for now, needs to get away. He cannot afford to die, does not have buyback, and 10 seconds away from the black hole, which is the spell that Boom have to play around. Don't see any way EG can really go for any kind of a high ground push here with BKB, Black Hole, Enigma. Well, no BKB, but even just the Blink Black Hole. And with a Lincoln Seed, you can't rely on Crick being able to steal the Black Hole anymore.
He does still have the Unleash though. And
I don't think he wants it, to be honest. Like, as cute as it was last fight, you know, he'd rather the rebound or something. He's looking for something a little bit more impactful, but... Oh.
A lot of tools here for EG. And very limited vision for Boom right now. You can see RTZ just playing under a ward with the rest of his squad.
We haven't reached that point where it's like Naga doesn't really get stronger per se. Like, whereas the Boom side, you know, you've got this Kunkka hitting level 25. He's got the Ags with the Tide Storm and the Tidal Wave. You know, he's going to have a Scythe of Vice. They've got all these crazy late game utility items on their supporting tasks, like Refresher on Enigma, Refresher on Disruptor. These things can be game changing. Not to mention the Ag Scepter they got for the Disruptor as well, which could potentially blow someone up before they get their BKB off.
Yeah, and God, just 10 more minutes until tier 5 items.
I feel like we're at the late game already. I'm like, we gotta still wait 10 more minutes? They should be up now.
A long way away still. But we might get there.
Scanning for enemy.
Spots the smoke, he can blink. Onslaught on cooldown, so has to blink away there.
G with a ward here, that needs to be cleared out for Boom. You don't want to stick around this jungle when you don't know the vision status. They've got the gem on Skem. He's elsewhere, and it does look like both teams, well, at least Boom, are posturing themselves for this potential next Roshan. Definitely reaching that point, like, where carries like the Bristleback may not have that much room for an Aegis. Does still have the phase boots, so he can drop those, but I think Dota's going to be absolutely wild. Refresher Shard for an Enigma would be huge for Boom if they can get that from Roche.
And then we start looking at all these buybacks as well. Rubik's on cooldown, Viper 1700 gold away, but pretty much everyone else in the game has a buyback available. We're going to have these 10v10 fights around the Roche pit. Causing so much havoc. Boom.
Back to just keeping the pressure up, keeping all these lanes pushed out, using those Naga illusions to try set up another good fight here. The Abyssal Bloodthorn Naga does so much damage if they can get a good jump. This smoke, Abed's the one looking for that initiation, that Blink BKB Pulverize. Any target he finds can be instantly deleted.
Boom, they're angling towards Roche, and it's a fast spawn, 30 seconds, but they've got to really maintain these lanes. Mid and bottom both being cut out by EG, who are in a prime spot here to shove in towards barracks, just with Nugget illusions and creep waves, not necessarily their actual heroes.
Somebody's going to get back in defense soon.
Yeah. They're out on the map taking the outpost, and 10 seconds for Roche, but...
Will they scout it? 5 seconds from now, we'll disrupt it, poke his nose in. They're going to TP back on Skem, though, so it does look like... I mean, once your TP's in TP will fight. You're not going to take a fight that's not 5v5. Got the vision up, they've taken the outpost, so you can kind of feel happy that EG are going to feel forced to go back and play around their jungle now. They want to retake the outpost. They want to now try and secure themselves Roshan, because giving up Refresher Shot to an Enigma in the late game is a very scary thought.
Leaving some good vision down on their way through this ancient spot of the Radiant. Roshan alive. See if EG scout it out and understand that the big man has returned. Yeah, Boom doing such a good job at bouncing back numerous times in this game, and now bouncing all over the map, controlling both outposts. But Roshan right now belongs to EG, and Boom not in a position at all to pivot into the pit.
So good for EG. You do not want to give up these late game items. Heroes like Enigma, Disruptor with Refreshers. They don't have a great Aegis carry. The Naga 6 slotted, doesn't even have boots. They give the Aegis to crit. Recognize what this Rubik can do, as he saw in the last team fight. He also gets the Ag Scepter, so spell still now coming into play with a Wind Waker. This Wind Waker represents a save against the Black Hole as well. So if you can't cancel the Black Hole, maybe you can just save one of your cores who gets coordinates. So EG in a really strong position now, I feel like, with this Aegis, plus the refresher shot on Primal Beast, giving him multiple rounds of BKB and Pulverize.
Yeah, it almost feels like Boom have to go and brute force something here. They're going to come back, X-Mark to push out a couple of these waves, but they need to find a forward, offensive position on the map. Maybe enemy Ancients, maybe just here from their bottom jungle. Try and catch EG off guard. You can't allow EG to get to your base. You have to fight outside. Make sure that's around this blink black hole of FBZ.
One of the crazy things with Naga Siren is just how under leveled she gets. It's always her illusion pushing and farming. Arteezy's only level 22.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, you've got Marcy, level 24. Tim's is about to have his level 25 talent as Marcy. Like, just crazy things like that.
Right, we're expecting a spell immunity, right? To put on this Bristleback?
Yeah. I think it definitely should be.
You never know with these Marcy players. They all think they're the carry.
FBZ Enigma level 25 with the extra Eidolons, just using those to push out waves. Also, you know, feed Naga some. You don't care about feeding Naga gold anymore. She's just, you just accept she's 6-slotted. She can buy. You know, what else does she buy? I guess a
Moonshard.
Moonshard. Yeah, it's nothing that's scary. Like, so giving it Naga all the gold in the world doesn't really do much. It's the rest of the EG caps who maybe want to make up some extra gold here.
Nightfall. All alone, but he's got the Trickster Cloak. And trying to scout out where Boom are lurking. And both teams with these ninja gears. Naga Siren using it to really hardcore pressure the Radiant base. And Enigma, of course, just trying to hide his positioning. And EG again, just in a better position right now due to the fact they have this Naga Siren and readying themselves for some kind of high ground push. Well, Boom, they need the team fight.
The team wouldn't risk anything in there. This is where these Eidolons, somebody has to go back and defend. Usually it's the Naga illusion, but not catching this top wave means Fly is forced to come back, and it does look like they'll lose a tier 3 tower here. Not quite. The Nova.
That should help.
It's enough to keep it alive, and not the end of the world if that tower goes down anyways, but neither team willing to take that risk, and maybe this mid lane, Jackie. Got the jump.
Yan lang ang yan ang baraka mo, yan. Walang Aegis yan. Walang Aegis yan. Nice.
Dead with buyback. EG now it's time to retreat. This is a fight victory without Black Hole.
Better raise a
They just got too much firepower, it feels like, and the 1-4 stuff just kind of keeping the Bristol alive. It's EG who finally feels like, whether it's impatience or it's not impatience, they think they have a window there where they can just jump and kill this Bristleback, but once he lives and turns with the, you know, BKB, Satanic and stuff, the fight just goes to hell there. Boom with way too many amazing teamfight ultis. The threat of the Black Hole, enough there with the Static Storm, plus this Kunkka, just all the AoE damage from Torrent Storm plus Ghost Ship. It's just something EG can't match up against. Naga just has a BKB, but it's just not a carry that utilizes BKB in an effective way.
Yeah, it's not, and then getting sized up, Abyssal Blade at all kinds of control here. As Jackie makes his way in onto the barracks, under the Nether Toxin. It's very irritating here with the Nightfall Viper spamming them out consistently. 3-second cooldown with an 8-second duration. This level 25 talent allows them to spam it, but they go in onto it. Finding the Viper catch. Wind Waker still going to get dragged back into the Static Storm though. That didn't save him enough. Another death from EG, and maybe buyback's being forced because they've lost.
They don't want to buy back. You know, this is one of those scenarios where they're so close to respawning. It was like 15 seconds on Naga, 25 seconds on Primal Beast. You're telling your team just don't get picked off. Give up a lane of racks. Give up the tier 4 towers. We need to save these fighters.
It will be 5 alive in a couple
Yan na, naglakaw na nga. Banatan mo yan para hindi makuha. Andiyan ang Aegis. Boom! Yan, na-black hole ulit. GG. May buyback nga pala. Pero ayos lang yan. Ayos lang yan.
Taking down EG and good game is called.
Oh my gosh. The all of SCA Dota was a little bit exaggerated and you know, perhaps spoke a little bit too soon. Boom Esports pull off a 2-0 over Evil.
Ang ganda lalaban na nakakatuwa eh. Wala na to eh. Kawawa naman tong ano. Ay, lumaban pala. Ay, lumaban pero talo. 2-0 ng OG. May mga sakit kasi ito eh. RNG. May COVID daw. 10-8. Isang panalo na lang ata. Ay, parang upper bracket ata OG ah. Ay, panalo pala Liquid. Ito, ano standing? 9-9. Ayaw nga. Upper bracket Liquid. Naunahan nila yung Hokori. 10-8 kasi eh. Yung Hokori, 9-9. And 8 ang OG. 9-9 ng Hokori. Yan. 8-10. Team Spirit, Team Aster 9-7. Panoorin nga natin. Game 1 pa lang pala.
我反哺，我正补，我又我正补，我反哺，我正补，我又反哺啦！有没有神之一攻？嗯。
Standing ng boom.
可以啊。
Boom 5-13.
可以啊。
Entity 6-10. Bet boom. Ah, parehas. 5-13. Tiebreaker nga silang dalawa. Bet boom at boom. Parehas boom. Eh, nire-resume na. Teka. Master to.
Alright, well, once again, we see kind of a difference in the lane setup. The position 5 from Master Siamese Cat is going to go down to the bottom lane, and they have the Boka playing with Monet on the Razor. Do we feel like this is just you want the Marcy to be paired with the Razor instead of the Shadow Demon? Is that solely the reason why?
I mean, it's a bit of both, right? We mentioned before how scary this CM troll lane is, and for good reason. Look what's happening to XXS.
He should not get a lot of farm at all. Like, I feel like if somehow XXS has 20 last hits and at a decent stage in this lane, then there's something has gone wrong for him.
Yeah, I mean, Siamese Cat, he bought out 2 sets of tangos to be able to begin with, so he wants to get aggressive in this lane. He wants to be hitting him instead.
This is something
That's
going
enormous.
wrong. This is what I mean. Like, something going wrong like that, like dying first and giving over first blood to Siamese Cat is definitely not a good recipe for success.
Especially giving him over farm. Of course, it's important for XXS to get the farm, but if you could just get into that boots to make yourself a little bit harder to be able to get those easy pickoffs on the backline, you get into the early Aether Lens, the early Aghanim Shard. It's going to enable Aster's drop so much.
Yeah, now Miposhka, he hasn't been able to block up the hard cam. So Siamese Cat should be able to find the pull. He can also protect it as well with the disruption if required. So this is now going to free up the equilibrium, which is, again, this bottom lane continuing to not be a good
Is he going to get a
fight.
solo kill here?
Aster.
He's going to consider it.
Indeed, 4 stacks in the last right clicks.
Siamese Cat.
and he's dragging Yatoro out of the lane, so he can't even get any last hits. The man is doing everything right now.
Good.
How much pleasure do you think you got out of that one?
A lot of pleasure. I think the pleasure meters are through the roof.
Gotta be careful though. CM, of course, ends up dying. Not the greatest, but you come back with full mana. You're gonna be able to get those chains of spells off. Of course, the Crystal Nova, the Frostbite. Big combination for the laning stage, but it's got to be in a good spot for you actually confirm that kill. Side, a little bit of aggression onto Collapse. Shouldn't be in too much danger of dying right now. And what this also means with the lane pushing all the way back towards the Asta Tower is that you're going to be able to get off some of these stacks. Ancient Camp is, yep, there we go, going to be claimed. Previously, the team that did this the best was the old iteration of Liquid. Tiger was back playing on them. Oh, and the best players screw up. He ends up TPing accidentally to the tower about 2 steps away. I wonder if they saw that. Might mean that they look to make a bit more of an aggressive rotation up top, perhaps.
Success.
He'll be fine.
Okay. The post was going to step into the Frostbite as well, but not the case. So a lot of spamming being done, but one last hits the moment. We'll see how the other side lane's going. Claps. How many last hits? 15 last hits compared to the 15 as well from 1A. We saw prior, just whenever Static Link is used, that's when Mira is going to cover the retreat with the Avalanche as well. So it's just holding off the spells and trying to just wait when asked to get aggressive.
Yeah, I think maybe the play is to poke onto Mira a little bit more, just because, again, it's an early game Tiny. You've got 0 armor. He's going to get the stun, nicely timed as well, to enable the escape. Of course, now with the dive deep.
Getting glyphing as well to try and enable the dive.
One, of course, with the sidekick, is able to stand his ground, able to smack him right back. This is the thing, like, he's got 3 mangoes available on Mira, so he knows that he always just needs to have this avalanche capability there. I was considering going for a dispose back underneath the tower. I think you don't need to full-on commit. I think you want to wait, not use the rebound, and just use the Static Link onto the Tiny, right? Because then you can get him to use his mana, and then you can look to actually converge with the secondary form of initiation coming through once the damage has already been stolen. So close along all of the groups. There's been some interesting results coming out today. Talon able to get that 2-0 against Entity, meaning it's going to come all the way down to the final series of the day, and some interesting results coming up. Bottom lane. Bottom lane.
Playing his cat. Banishment's going to be able to hold Yatoro back. Might be able to free up XXS to get some right clicks out, but as soon as the whirling axis is used from Yatoro, instant disengage. So again, I mean, this is expected. You see, 26 to 7 to actually 21, so XXS was a little bit behind just before, but looks like he had a nice couple of previous waves.
You didn't expect to do well out of this lane though, right? But the fact that he is almost a full level ahead of Yatoro is a big benefit towards him. Wonder if even just with this lane pulling back a little bit more towards the tower, it's approaching that 6-minute mark, and we haven't really talked that much about mid. Toronto Tokyo is doing a great job so far against Ori. It's always about those little bit of skill things, constantly cancelling out the split earth, but it's going to be able to get a little bit of pressure into him before he's level 6. Pushing him away from the lane, meaning that this potential rotation to come from Siamese Cat towards mid could be even more impactful if they catch them out without the spells available and to win out on the health and mana trade. Then maybe Ori's enabled to go for a few kills elsewhere.
It's really going to come down to Toronto Tokyo if the orb's on cooldown, if they can kill him for this rune.
And is the luck there as well? Radiant's game in favor. Looks like it's Asta. Instantly. Oh, they give him the chat wheel as well.
They do scout this out. They have the Observer Ward, and yep, Siamese Cat's going to deal with it. So I wonder if he'll continue here from Ori. We get the confirmation that at least Spirit know this is occurring. There's a sentry dropped as well from Aposhka. Do they TP an extra member down? Just a face check, nothing crazy.
To the impurity.
I was considering if Toronto Tokyo would make a move up top, considering he just has the Dream Coil. Anytime you're playing into a tiny lane, very easy damage just with that toss back. I think he realized that he needs to address this mid lane. Siamese Cat is going to be looking to push it out as much as possible, make sure that there's not some free damage, and more importantly, experience and net worth going underneath the tower. Be able to get another stack off, I would assume, on his way back. Line. Feels like he might be a little bit too late. Sentry's just expired inside of the dire triangle, so he's going to be able to back off, but or at least he'll get the stacks built up now at the 7-minute mark. XXS.
There we go, beautifully done. Team Spirit finally able to bring down the Brood Mother. They've had some difficulties killing him, but haven't really had difficulties slowing down the net worth gained from the Brood. There's almost 1,000 difference between Utora and XXS, so yeah, this lane for Spirit definitely going how we're expecting.
Yeah, we were expecting it to go even better though, weren't we? Like just the crush, the potential first blood kill to give them even more of a lead. So it's going to even out a little bit, right? XXS is going to have that capability to be his level 6 shortly. He's got these double range creeps to play with. Then up the map a fair amount. So it's looking good for Spirit, but XXS will still be relatively satisfied.
I wonder when we're going to start to see the rotations from the position 2s. We've already seen one move from Ori. Potentially this power rune could be a big reason why you could start to make a play. See if they get lucky again.
Usury Orb's being used already, and it's at night time, so if Toronto Tokyo gets caught out here, he's actually going to be closer and pick up the regen.
Tower is under attack.
They down the postcard. Easy kill for them to find. See if Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to get back. He needs to respect the edict damage.
They would have seen the regen, so they're not going to keep chasing it onto it. Just happy enough to be able to claim that kill for now. Mira was looking to try and claim someone as he's looking to be a little bit greedy, but Siamese Cat with his positioning has to be a little bit careful, right? Because he's taken the long way around. Ensure that he's able to get to that lane without the risk of dying. You might see that Mira placed that ward there. There's no real reason for a Tiny to be in that region if not. Still, Shadow Demon, one of those position 4s, position 5s, whatever you want to call it, that is able to get a lot out of that early farm, and they're going to make a movement here. Refill the bottle, move up top, use that Great Disruption setup to be able to net a kill onto Collapse.
Simultaneously, bottom lane, they might be a little bit faster. Success, they got the Frostbite out, but Toronto Tokyo is too far away, and now it's top where the aggression is going to be. As Collapse will. Well, it's just baiting. It's just a juicy razor, just hoping that Collapse steps a bit too far forward, then all of a sudden, 3 members of Asta pop out of the tree line and find an easy kill onto the Primal Beast.
No reactions coming through from Team Spirit, and that's a good thing for them. You know, you're able to sit Mira in this mid lane. He gets more of that experience that he vitally needs. He's going to get into the earlier Blink Dagger. A little bit of gold injection going to be coming Team Spirit's way regardless. See there, the Spider's just able to roam around, see the positioning of everyone. Might mean that he doesn't die quite so easily, but not if you pop an ultimate on Maposhka.
Oh, I looked over and I just see Maposhka freezing field, and his just health just evaporate. Like, great usage out of it. Put it on cooldown, get a kill, continue to free up the lane for your Toro. Already one, well, actually 2 components completed. On the Ruba.
There's that coil snap.
Beautifully done from Mira. Pops the coil, tossing back over towards Collapse. Siamese Cat is in a position to protect him for the moment, but Collapse is going to be able to set up for the charge, and Ori will go down. Team Spirit, can they get more out of this? So they're going to be eyeing up the Boca. The combination's up shortly from Mira. Maybe they feel like they don't have the damage. Instead, they're going to go for Siamese Cat. Toronto Tokyo needs one more right click, and in fact, Maposhka will yoink it from afar. The Crystal Maiden easily done.
Claimed. What I really like about Maposhka as well, yeah, it was probably a bit more for the laning stage, but the fact that he's gone into the Frostbite, more maxing that one out. Again, addressing the fact that Leshraks these days don't like to go that early BKB. It's all about the Bloodstone. So if you can get that one maxed out, yes, you're going to be the prime target a lot of the time. You could just get that Frostbite in onto the Lesh when he's trying to run at you, then you take away a lot of that aggressive potential. So it's really all about playing around Monet a little bit more once he gets into that BKB. If they can get a few free kills here and there on Asta, they're going to be happy about it, and that's why they're going for these frequent smokes with Ori. And now they haven't been able to claim anything with
Lanex. Success. They're starting to rotate. This is huge. If they can open up bottom for Asta to enable XXS, and this is where the smoke can help out there. Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to scout this out with the puck's positioning, but they just want to beeline straight towards Maposhka. With the jump in still, they don't have the damage required. Toronto Tokyo doing an incredible job with the silence just to prevent the follow-up spell casting.
I wonder if they stay down here as well. They've got the Siege Creep Wave, they've got a Leshrac with 3 points in the Diabolic Edict. Of course, they've got all of those Spiderlings as well. They can scout around inside the trees, but the threat of the Dream Coil with a Tiny ready to come in, and even just speaking of the Tiny Mirror, he's pushed in the mid lane, so it forces some kind of movement to come out from Asta. Could this be the impatience we were talking about?
How are you going to defend this? Do you even want to stick around? Maposhka again. pretty decent damage before the freezing field is going to be cancelled. Looks like finally they'll be able to get the Squishy Crystal Maiden, and Toronto Tokyo will escape as well. So what's happening across the map for Team Spirit? Mid getting shoved out, collapses free farming and shoving out top as well simultaneously.
Try and catch Yatoro if he goes a little bit further into the lane. Might actually have revealed his position there.
Lane potentially baiting as well with Siamese Cat playing behind, but that's it. Coil expended, and 70 seconds without this potentially limits Team Spirit's capability to find kills across the map.
They've just made so much space for XXS now. This is his time to be able to recover some of that net worth. Nearly going into the Vlad, so going to enable him to just survive much easier in the lane. Spiderlings have a pretty good amount of magic resistance, so single illusory ult probably not going to be enough to clean him up. Needs to be the full combination.
A tithe to the impurities.
There's worked up here, but I really don't feel like they're going to be able to accomplish anything with no freezing field, no dream coil for the next 35 seconds already.
Mira, they're able to stop the TP here for the Tiny. So Ori's even going to look to help out as well. Just extra little bit of damage for the last track and buffing up his net worth as well. Now for the opposite side of the map, Toronto Tokyo and Posture in combination together will run into XXS. So a great movement out of Team Spirit as well, and they're going to be well and truly happy with the trade, getting a call for the support in Mira's life.
I'm a little surprised that he went forward that aggressively. Maposhka was actually like mid-cast of the Frostbite to be able to lock Ori in before he was able to complete that TP to top. So could have gone even better for Team Spirit there with being able to get the call for support trade. Although results in a Broodmother dying, and you're very happy with that on Team Spirit. That's the thing that's going to be scouting out this more passive style, right? You're still looking to farm on Collapse. He plays a more greedy style, but once he gets that BKB, he's ready to go.
Look at Maposhka's positioning. They see XXS farming.
Now they've got all
the tree line again with the freezing field. Team Spirit, what a statement they're putting onto XXS, really wanting to shut down this pivotal hero and player for Asta.
Away so much of that scaling potential, that issues with the map situations, and they've even given a double damage over to Yatoro. So he's not going to use it for anything aggressive, but just speeds up the pace that he's able to farm, especially considering he is farmed as hell. Wraith, Band, Phase Boots, Magic Stick, and the full Battle Fury already. Bound, but every single time you've just got a support in place being able to stop you.
Dire's top tower
Maybe
is
now
under
Ori
attack.
resigns himself to that fact. He says, all right, they don't have coil for the next little bit, they don't have freezing field. Let's look to try and get my farm. Let's look to get into the Bloodstone so that at least I'm not going to fall too far behind.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Pushka might be in some trouble here. Let's have Mira to cover him if needed, and well, in fact, Asta are going to look to back up themselves. So Tier 1 tower will go the way of Spirit, their first Tier 1 tower of the game. This might give a little bit of extra gold into Mira as well. They'd love to complete the blink on the Tiny.
Tower is under
but the killers can help out, charging inside the jungle they go. Protected with Baboka. We're going to bring an extra member as well, just in case the team fight does break out. Reinforcement comes through Siamese Cap, but is not required.
It's just those little things like the movement speed, right? Maposhka just landing the Crystal Nova in addition to the Avalanche there, meaning that you don't have the movement speed to enable Baboka to get that jump. So some really good plays, team plays coming through from Team Spirit here. They should know that they've got vision down the bottom. Oh yeah.
They're trying to get there for Asta to try and pick it up for Lesh, but could be fast enough. Might smoke with it, and yeah, they're going to.
Question of what do you get in exchange. Moboka going to continue playing around this vision. Might be able to back off in time.
They'll get him.
Do you have a jump? Maybe.
And that they will. Weirdly enough, Pulverize is such a short cooldown that it doesn't even feel like such a heavy investment.
A little bit though, just make specs for XXS. Now nearly finishing up that Wraith Pact. He's got the Spiders taking over the bottom side. See the TP back, not needing to commit the freezing field or the dream coil to be able to claim that kill onto the Marcy means that, again, this roaming duo coming from Toronto, Tokyo and Miposhka punishing the lack of BKBs. But you've got one now on Monet, so let's see if they look to be a little bit more aggressive on Asta.
You might be waiting for this Bloodstone, which you just need the recipe for the Lesh, and then the Wraith Pact is now coming out of the core as well. So these are 3 big individual items for the cores on Dire. Once they get these picked up, you are definitely ready to take a team fight. It's probably going to occur around mid. Love to get an objective off the back of a one skirmish.
Top side, losing the Pulverize up here, but again, he was able to get the static link off first on Monet, so the damage from the trample is going to be negligible. Going to go for XXS again. That should surely reveal the fact that they've got the vision down here now, and they've got a movement coming through from 3 Asta members. Even picking up Miposhka would result in a lot of extra map control to be able to provide XXS the freedom to know that he can't be picked off just by 2 heroes.
And now it even opens up the supports kind of as well. Siamese Cat can potentially drop a ward nearby.
Dire's middle
Close
tower
enough under
is
cover
under
of the
attack.
smoke. They won't be able to scout it out, but with the wraparound, they will see XXS.
Good.
They're now going to see the Shadow Demon pop out of smoke as well. So that would have been a big ward to play with. We just mentioned before that Asta, they're ready to fight, and they want to fight around mid. With that ward, it would have enabled it, but unfortunately, CM will respawn and instantly get rid of it.
And I don't know if they can fight now for another minute. Collapse went for a really aggressive dive up top, was having the Pulverize about 2 seconds left on cooldown, and forced the BKB to be used by Monet. So he's already used the one that they can't look to play as a full 5 unit with all of their timings. They might consider it though, playing around this mid lane. It is still pretty easy to take for Dire, especially a Leshrac, when you've got this control, the Observer Ward, giving all of the vision for anyone that's looking to try and make a flanking move from the right-hand side.
Are we concerned though with how much farm Yator is getting? Because he's been uncontested this game. Top of the net worth, almost BKB completed.
Little concerned, to be fair, but again, you have been able to not die too many times on Siamese Cat, just the 1 death so far, and so he hasn't gone into the Aether Lens first. A lot of the time you just get double value out of the Arcane Boots. Who've they found?
And look at this, just Siamese Cat. Solo kill for Toronto, Tokyo. Should be able to... Oh, he's not even going to be able to find it. All right, up to top now. We go by the outpost. The jump in. Onto Collapse, but Mirror with the blink reveal as well. They're decent avalanche to be able to prevent the follow-up. But it looks like they'll just sacrifice Mirror's life. So a 1-for-1 in the end across the map. Finally does finish his food as Toronto, Tokyo.
And they have pinged about 3 different times that they've got vision on this bottom side of the map, but just as they're going to be ready to de-ward it, it's about to expire. They actually would have seen that they've got the Demonic Cleanse now available on Asta. That the Frostbite was instantly dispelled, but Caster Curse coming through. I just praise Siamese Cat for not getting caught and instantly gets jumped and coiled. But it's still really vital, right? Remember what it can get rid of. It can get rid of the slows. It can get rid of the roots. It means that you are scared of this Troll Warlord, but maybe not as much as you used to be.
Run, Miposhka! Not the spiders!
Bottom tower
Who wants the gold? No, the double stun! And they're going to be able to jump instantly to follow up. Great play from the Boca, and now collapsing the tree line. Not so much, not difficult kill.
withstand the tide.
Are they going to consider Roche here?
Looks like they might be.
Yeah. All these spiders, all these auras, and a sidekick as well.
Dire's middle tower
I don't know if they can. Puck should be able to slow it down.
What's the vision look like right now for Asta? It's pretty lacking outside of those spiderlings.
They're gonna go make this play. You got BKB on Collapse. I don't think you're too worried about this. They're starting to respawn as well from Spirit.
Gonna back off. This is good. Not falling under that impatience issue. Might have to go for that full wraparound, but with the vision given by the Illusory Ult, they'll know that they're not inside the pit, so how's your positioning? It's pretty good so far by Team Spirit.
Dire's bottom tower.
It's a time to start with Toronto, Tokyo with the blink out to the left side. Here is in a position as well to try and jump in if he finds an opening, but Asher, they're going to back off of his team. Roche is still relatively low. Let's see if they want to try and claim this. It's a scary fight for Dire.
Yeah, but they have no vision right now on Spirit, so it's going to need to be a ballsy dive by Collapse.
Perfectly, Collapse going to attempt it, but it'll be too late. Mira still gets an incredible avalanche with the Fulpus wall. They're all grouped up on Asta, but they haven't died just yet. Monet turns with the BKB. He's going to be okay, along with Ori, thanks to the Bloodstone, but they want to try and call the retreat. But Monet will just TP out directly in their face, but unfortunately for Ori, he will not have the same fate. And now it's time for Spirit to clean up. Be able to chase down XXS to the south. Collapse will find a freebie. Under the back over to the left track they go, but you oh no, can they even kill Ori? They might not be able to. Mira's stuck on a high ground. Now he's finally going to be able to jump down to help out as well. The damage has been dealt. They don't have an answer to the left track, especially with the Shadow Demon playing behind Ori.
Oh, who's baiting who? That entire fight was just the position 4s wanting to be in the position to get that extra kill. Mira playing on the back line as soon as the Marcy makes the jump, but yeah, Leshrac with 2 lives, it's very, very hard to be able to have the damage to go through that one, especially when you're committing the battle trance like your Toro had to. Couldn't have asked for too much of a better initiation, if not for maybe 2 seconds earlier. That could have been a very different fight for Spirit if they were the ones that had the second life.
What have we here?
Though all 3 cores at the top of the net worth are Team Spirit. Do feel like there's going to be a little bit of an issue going into the super late game, even with the Troll Warlock going up against the Razor.
BKB still caught out for a couple of seconds here. Oh, beautifully done from Baboka. Just tosses Collapse out of range, so he wasn't able to play with the Pulverize.
Even just the little things like stepping forward a couple of seconds, making them think that maybe they have backup coming, causes the full-on retreat out of both Collapse and Mira. Great plays again coming out from these Asta supports. You've got to find them. You've got to take them out. They do so much to enable the cause. It makes them feel like they've got a lot more net worth than they do. It feels like Ori has top net worth right now, even though he's sitting 5th just because of the Demonic Cleanse, because of the Disseminate now. Basically acting like a dispersion from Spectre that the Shadow Demon could just give to anyone.
It's going to be a lot easier to position as well for the Shadow Demon with just a Lesh, Marcy, Razor being in the middle of the fight, XXS creating chaos as well, and you potentially, depending on the micro, XXS can also scout out whenever Spirit are trying to wrap on the Shadow Demon, so it is not going to be easy to bring down Siamese Cat at all.
Nearly into the pipe as well, so that's going to provide a lot of additional help for all the Spiderlings against this magic damage. Again, once those BKBs start to come out, it's a really, really good situation for Asta, and they've got one completed on Leshrac. So maybe this is the time.
It kind of feels like at the moment Team Spirit are very off the back of just trying to blow someone up in a combo, and I don't know if they're going to be able to with how XXS is itemizing.
He's coming up top here. Gonna use the whip for it with the haste. Maybe they feel like they can catch. There's that reveal.
BKB instantly neglects the use of the coil, and Ori have no trouble about catching up to Mira. Will give enough time for the rest of Spirit to get out. Flax will use his free time as well to shove out mid, and also bottom's getting addressed from Yutoro.
It's going to be a very nice Skadi pickup for Yutoro once he gets it against these... honestly, even the Broodmother, right? Just slowing down the pace that you're able to retreat back into the trees is going to be such a useful tool. But again, against the heal coming through from the Shadow Demon, the lifesteal from the sidekick, of course, 2 ranged cores in the Lesh and the Razor, they're going to suffer heavily from the effects.
They are indeed. Still having a lot of difficulties with dealing with Toronto Tokyo. Potentially that's where the item after the BKB can come out from XXS.
And Ori, he's going into the Cypher Vice.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. That's a great item, because I was going to say maybe XXS goes Hex after the BKB, but you're going to have it coming out even faster thanks to the Leshrac.
A lot of farm being prioritized over to him. XXS plays a force.
Locked onto Yutoro. They need a way to separate the two.
Yeah, but
that's just...
all the boys there. He's a little bit scared playing on his own. Rotations given out by the rest of the team.
It's just a question of how can you continue to kite the Razor in these fights, because Monet is just going to go directly to wherever Yutoro is positioning. This will now come down to kind of the support's itemization to protect him. His Collapse, he found the opening. He's onto the Shadow Demon. Raid Pack will help mitigate a lot of the damage, but the rest of Team Spirit are nearby. A coil onto 3. Yutoro will look to enter as well. Play around with the battle trance. Got the damage onto Ori at the moment. It looks like Astra are going to be okay to turn this one back around. Up to the northern side, though, Yutoro finally able to deal with XXS. But stops him in his tracks, and they don't have the damage. Look at him dance left, right, and center. XXS stays alive, and now he can get the finishing blow. And Toronto Tokyo just lives out to the right. A waning rift to separate himself from the Marcy. Such a messy fight, but it looks like at least 2 members of Spirit will live.
Yeah, that was the demonic cleanse, man. He did it. He was able to get off the disruption save for himself, realizing how important it is on Siamese Cat just to get off those couple of spells. Uses them onto the Leshrac, even though he dies instantly after. He just has complete free reign to run around these team fights with 0 threat of dying on Ori.
And again, it's another fight where Spirit get like 3-man Avos, Silent, and Coil, and they just can't do enough with it.
But the Wraith Pack, the pipe, it's enough, and well, they found another pick off here. It's just up to a support in Mirror. Still a valuable kill. All of these, and I did mention as well, good old Ice Frog, level 15 on the Razor. Extra damage bonus relative to what the talent actually says. Bonus 40 on top of that, so it is 10 static link damage still instead of the 5. Right. Still though,
thank you, Ice
really
Frog.
in the balance, isn't it? 5 to 45 says the win probability, and well, I believe it. This really could go either way, and it's going to depend on can you get the right initiation on both teams. This time around, they got the good one on Team Spirit, but the auras were nearby, the pipe, the Wraith Pact. Just not enough damage yet coming through on Team Spirit.
Yeah, this is the mid-game timing we were speaking about though for Asta. Like, it just doesn't seem like Spirit can fight at the moment. The initiations again have been pretty solid, honestly, but they need items. You need a way to kite the Razor, and you need more items on your Toro for the damage, and it's going to take quite some time now. I think they need to avoid 5v5s.
I think they consider it very, very soon, though. Oh, Toronto Tokyo, he's going into 4. Again, though, they don't have that instant lockdown for him. That's the one issue that they've got right now, so they might actually have this small window on Team Spirit to be able to make a move in very short time. 450 gold away from the Skadi. Tokyo? Where he TPs. Yeah. But so what I was saying was they've almost got the Skadi on Toronto Tokyo, and what else was there? I saw a 4-star as well, I believe, just freshly picked up by Mira. So that's going to allow you to create some space away from the Pulse Nova, from the Razor, even just allow the Marcy not necessarily to be able to catch you. So that's going to be some big timings before the Scythe of Vice is available for Ori. Team though, even more damage coming through from the Pulse Nova. A lot of the time, people prior to this Bloodstone meta, you weren't able to get the 3 points just because your mana pool couldn't sustain it. You went a bit more into the stats beforehand, but now it's just such a key timing for you that you can afford to.
It's a nice item swap up as well for Monet. Even though he's kind of playing as the position 1, he's shied away from the Satanic and going into the Helpit instead. So really trying to put a lot of emphasis on slowing down your Toro's game.
Playing up top here. The axe is off though. They're looking to go to the back line.
Charging in.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find the posture.
Oh, they cancel the stun! Ori cancel the stun on the troll! Oh, no, no, no! Yatori gets the battle chance off, but it'll be to no avail. Only delaying the inevitable. Is what a big pick off for Asta.
Yeah, it's the fresh pickup of the Skadi, but it's not going to mean anything. Even the creep wave pushed all the way in, so that TP doesn't get off because of a great stun coming through from Asta.
And look at them even glyphing the wave as well. Mirror cutting mid, Toronto Tokyo cutting bottom. Just wanting to try and stall out the shenanigans that a Spirit are up to. They might consider high ground.
I think they would. I mean, again, you've already given up your tier 2 bottom, so you couldn't afford to use that glyph there. And even if they pop it now, you've got some Spiderlings to play around. So Toronto Tokyo making sure to put his life on the line to be able to deal with that creep wave. So nice preservation of their glyph coming through, even keeping a little bit more of the harassment through. But has to be careful soon. He's going to have a look at some of these items being picked up by Ori in particular. The ultimate orb, of course, the extra stats to enable him in the team fights, but it might lead them to understand that that's what's coming. A bit more careful on the puck, really be on the money. Going with this mid lane. Back through with a smoke afterwards, one would assume. Get the glimpse onto Collapse there as a full rotation comes back. 5-man from Spirit coming through. Have everything available on Asta. Might just see that Ori's a little bit separated.
Pick off if they can find it, but Or he's going to back off to the tier 2. In fact, even TP closer to the team. Look at the read.
Yeah, the Spidey sensors doesn't even necessarily need the spiders to be on Team Spirit. He's just able to get away, clump up around that high ground, realizing how important this next Roshan is. You know, it spawned as well because of the spiders. You lose Reorb, who can get the jump onto. I think they'd be satisfied enough to just wait this one out on Asta.
Dire's middle tower is under
1,000 gold until you've got that. Also level 20, just to provide a little bit of that extra pulse.
They got the ward advantage. They're going to see Toronto Tokyo. They're going to see Collapse as well. Not the easiest target to initiate.
Yes, it is.
Take control of the burst potential. Oh my, Ori and Baboka, no hesitation, just moving to the middle. Getting rid of Collapse's life, and now they won't have the Primal Beast to hold this Roche.
Spiders just giving them everything that they need to know about Spirit's position, the power of information. They're happy to give up a little bit of gold just so that they can know that they're not going to be contested inside this pit. Fear doesn't want to let that happen.
Sub out. So got to be cautious about the position. Renee's a little bit low for the moment. Again, look at Siamese Cat as well, always playing far away from his team, making sure there's no opportunity for him to be caught out.
Poking though, 10 seconds left on Collapse being able to come back. So frequently able to use these illusory ults with the options.
to the Dire.
Gonna be able to get the Aegis and now Spirit, they have to get out. Oh, just a couple seconds shy of being able to find the blink as Asta be able to bring down another member.
Not too many targeting spells, so the Storm Surge isn't going to give amazing value out to Monet here, but there weren't too many better options, I would think. You know, the Insatiable Hunger, that's not really XXS's job. You know, it's to be prowling around, providing vision, making sure that his auras are always going to be available. Hates that with the neutral item that he's holding onto, the Blast Ring. He just wants to make sure that he's not dropping down too early into these team fights. Have some more timings coming out soon, though. I believe that's an AC nearly finished up for the Razor, just late mail short. Level 20 as well. Actually just gets it, so all of that extra movement speed amplified even further by Baboka, able to get into that rebound. Multiple cores being enabled by multiple supports. Yeah, they do.
It's going to catch Toronto Tokyo off guard. Ooh, daytime.
Yeah. So again, they're okay with it. They would have loved the kill, but you're really going to allow this this Scythe of Vice to come into effect once you get that Blink Dagger on that Shrek. That is the time. If they don't make something happen with that, maybe I'm a little bit worried, but for Asta's sake, they'll rest easy knowing that they've got a good hold on this game right now.
At least in regards to Toronto Tokyo, he has his A on disc now completed. Whereas Matroshka's just... No way he makes it. Okay, he made it. Very nice quick TP. But yeah, of course, the big reason you went for this Hex is to address the puck, and Toronto Tokyo now has a way also to be able to address that with his own Aeon Disc, so this will continue to help out with the split pushing shenanigans that Spirit need to be on.
Honestly, anyone, right? Like, it doesn't even need to be the puck. Of course, you would love it to, but just as good on the Troll Warlord, right? Doesn't have any saving supports right now. The only thing that they're going to have to be able to stop that is the Lotus Orb coming through from Collapse.
Okay, this is very interesting. Troll, he's going into a Blink Dagger next item. So again, we have seen Spirit get some incredible initiations, but maybe with this Blink, it's going to make it a little bit easier for Yotaro to get into the middle and have that follow-up damage to capitalize on Collapse's jump or even Toronto Tokyo's jump.
He just wants that goddamn Shadow Demon, man. He is doing so much to be able to stop him, right? The Blink Dagger, and I'm sure after that's probably going to come. He's going the Basher. I wouldn't have hated the Linkens.
Easy kill for Ori. Lane ward scouting out near his position, so still have Toronto Tokyo to continue cutting top. If he gets his Corey, this is huge. That's the Blink Dagger now. So you're just mentioning how important it is for Ori.
I mean, it's pretty important for them to defend the base as well. Probably going to need to use the buyback here on Mira with all of these spiders to tank up of the tower multi-hits. At least Toronto Tokyo is there to be able to protect it, and they actually use the aggressive flip as well, not wanting their siege creeps to go down for free.
So all on Siamese Cat's positioning. Shadow Demon, ever so vital for them to be able to keep the cause alive.
Not just that, but also to stop the effectiveness of Toronto Tokyo. They have no ways to be able to stop the Demonic Purge from having an effect.
Radiant structures on
Gold pack's about to expire. Let's see if they want to do something with this now. And after they're going to try and back up.
That's the refresh glyph, though, that they just ended up using. They've still got the Aegis for another minute 20. They're going to back off. They're going to respect it, realizing that they can hit their next timing. They can wait for the Blink Dagger to come up in about 2 minutes or so. And with no glyphs left for the remainder of the game, if they were to continue up at this pace, they can look to close this one out with one more victorious team fight.
Keep in mind, Asta, all they need is one game victory here in this series, and they will secure upper bracket. Spirit need 2 wins. They need a 2-0 here.
To guarantee it. 1-1 is still possible. There's tiebreakers that could happen.
The war down the lane, except Baboka's going to jump inside the base. Trying to bring down some of the supports. Won't have the follow-up at the moment. And Mira, they might have an opening now. Oh, they're going to get the toss to break the coil. Hex is on Toronto Tokyo, but the follow-up stuns are not going to be there. So Mira will be the only casualty. He does have a buyback if required, but the lanes are in an okay position.
Hitting up onto that level 20 as well. Actually going into the agility, okay. Maybe just wanting that bit of an extra armor bonus. I was thinking maybe the AoE Silken Bowler just to enable both the Razor and the Leshrac in a lot of these fights. But again, no glyphs. So I'm going to use the remnants of this Aegis. Just 10 seconds left to be able to go in. Backing off good. Posure coming through from Asta here. Not wanting to give up the lead. Wanting to give them a chance with the tiny respawn to be able to potentially get that toss back into the base underneath the tier 4s without the supports there to be able to save.
Yeah, that kind of feels like the angle here, isn't it, for Spirit, and in particular high ground defense, like a coil into a toss to snap it and then maybe making a play off the back of that.
And it's gotten into the stage where Baboka, he's nearly level 18, so he's got a good amount of damage in his own right on this Marcy. Seconds away
Very
from
fun.
his BKB. Level 15 as well for Siamese.
He's got a bash off.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. The 200 demonic purge damage. Oh, there's the X.
And it's going to be forced out. There's a win in its own right, though. 70-second cooldown with the Aeon Disc. So this now leaves Toronto Tokyo very vulnerable.
It's not that bad, though. I mean, he's holding on to the Octarine Core and the Quickening Charm, right? And you had to use the BKB for that. Went for that aggressive. Actually, just on the Marcy. So not too bad. So yeah, maybe they do continue to go for the move. If it was used on Leshrac or Razor, it would have been a different story entirely.
Trying to see if there's any items here that can really turn this fight around for Spirit. Potentially the Lotus Orb onto Yatora could be really nice for the static link, just to at least mitigate it, because that's definitely the job from Monet, just trying to lock onto the troll and zap away as much damage as possible.
Yeah, and Ori just got the Timeless Relic, so like trying to stop a lot of this damage coming through. It's just going to amp you up in every way. Mana Burn not going to be as effective because of that Bloodstone active, the amount of damage that you're just able to output. I don't want to say they're playing scared, but they're playing conservative right now on Asta. They're not wanting to give this one up again, just wanting to play off the back of a singular pickoff because Team Spirit, they need to leave the base at some point. Pretty healthy in the buyback department right now for Asta.
Are you chilling right now? Just continuing to slowly grow the net worth lead, maybe waiting for some power runes. Invis probably not going to help out too drastically, but we've even got some neutral items to try and farm up as well, and Spirit, they won't have this capability to get outside the map and potentially find a big tier 4 item to help out. Another Hex as well.
Yeah.
XXS has it now.
My question is, can Toronto Tokyo carry this game? If he's able to dodge out the Hexes, use that overwhelming blink that he's nearly farmed up to get it onto the back lines, shut down the Shadow Demon, they've got a chance. And they're going to go for the kill onto him. He's back here. Just being able to buy that overwhelming blink, and Ori won't be able to catch him unless he shows on the lane one more time. Be able to get back to base. It's that close, man.
This is okay. This is a decent spot now for Spirit. They've got a lane shoved out, and they see Ori away from the team. A Siamese Cat as well. That's priority number 1. They've got a sentry nearby as well. The McCabe's not going to really help it out too much, but the banishment will hold them back to the moment. If they can control Yatora dealing with the static link, but look at the damage coming through with the battle trance. Yatora's going to try and stand toe to toe, but when it the next follow through, and they just rip apart the troll. As soon as Ori shows up, Spirit need to split away. They need to cut their losses. However, they might not be so fortunate as Collapse will get some distance thanks to the avalanche. Also back up shortly as well. The splitter timing from Ori is on point. No escape for the Dino. Collapse, a slow and painful death. He'll make him work for it in the end, but Ori beyond godlike on the Lesh.
Instantly though, Team Spirit, they went for the lane shove. Still top lane in a really healthy spot right now. For Asta, they've got ways to be able to rejoin this as well. With the Boots of Travel on the left track, can instantly go to this double siege creep wave. Actually go for an aggressive jump too. Just able to get back in time there. But I think this might be it. They don't have ways to be able to stop the push. No buyback on the Troll or the Primal Beast. Salting at least a couple of lanes of racks.
The tide turns against Radiant's top barracks.
Even more Diabolic Edict explosions as well. Ori just hitting up onto his level 25 and still paying respect through the Team Spirit. This is a team that knows that they are just one game away from that upper bracket berth.
I'll keep saying it, no team has won TI starting the lower bracket. It is so goddamn important to have that second life. Imagine starting lower bracket where you have to go through a best of one and then 6 other series afterwards.
My only question is, who do you give the axe to from this? There are so many good players to be able to give it through to. Monet looks like he's going to be the main priority. Just more of that passage damage coming through. Would have been great for Ori with the Nihilism. Would have been great for Siamese Cat as well, just to be able to get 3 cleansers off.
Look at the read from either side. This is beautiful. Spirit have control, but Asta recognizes that he's so commit to invade. They're in the middle where he jumps. Instant use of the BKB, but they're going to try and get the damage out here. Tori doing a lot of demolition, but as soon as Monet soaks away with the static link, there's just nothing they can do. Once again on full retreat, but they will not escape as Asta surround them and bring them down. The finishing blow as Spirit have to tap out and win this game loss for them. They will be moving down to the lower bracket starting in...
Eight, 9, 10, 7.
Oh, I feel better already.
Ayan, lamang ang Fnatic. Wisit.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Same as you, Tide Hunter.
Kailangan makaisa dito. 7-9, 5-11. Dapat makaisa lang kahit isa dito.
Are Radiant using echolocation?
To the impurities.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
Radiant's middle tower.
It's sinking, just like your ships.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to take the Dire's top tower is gone. Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No one does this to me. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower won't last long. See nature's blasted core. Like a drunk sailor.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Invisibility.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks. Dire have the spyglass at hand.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Radiant fortified their structures. Attack the heroes! Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Dire's middle tower just got knocked down. Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of blood.
Dire structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Dire's bottom tower couldn't withstand the tide. Fortified. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen.
Lang, nag-fight pa ang kalaban. Back. Tumutok.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
A tithe to the impurities. And gold are
That sounds great until one of those roles is taken out and all of a sudden the chain of command is entirely messed up, like your cog pops out and all of a sudden the whole machine stops working. So TSM
Game 1 pa lang to, game 1
Fnatic just answering that really well with this TA who's just gone pure damage BKB. Not exactly unusual for a TA obviously, but that's what the pick has allowed them to do.
Yeah, TSM need kind of perfect orchestration, and Fnatic have 3 guys with 2x4s who will just smack you and press their BKBs. So it's sort of tricky. Any team fight is an okay team fight for Fnatic, but there's only one sequence of events that is going to look good for TSM, and they're trying to make that happen. They're playing around these high ground boards, playing with their smokes, trying to catch Fnatic off guard, but they have just not given them the chance. This gem that they've had picked up for a while, Januel buying it, Jabs carrying it, playing the vision game, never letting TSM have that chance.
Nope. No, they don't get a chance to be on the map. They don't get a chance to get their wards down on the map. And it's really, really hard to land combos if you can't see anyone. Look at DJ here, just on the front line, just chatting up on Dubu here. Get in here, child. They haven't managed to destroy the trees, which the Monkey King was on, but it doesn't seem to matter. He's got a nullifier, for God's sakes. Poor old Dubu just gets shot in the head. Oh my God. That was horrible to witness. The Crystal Maple. Now just a corpse.
They're wrecking Dire's bottom barracks.
Well, Roshan can respawn in about 2 minutes time, at which point Fnatic will look to take it, and then that will probably be their high ground moment. TSM just trying to hold out until then, maybe find themselves an opportunity, but right now it's Fnatic on the get. And they're all smoked up, right? Yeah, it's got a BKB, DJ, no Aghanim's just yet, so very quick blink away from Brawl there, actually, my God. Still got them fingies, still working pretty damn fast, but
Radiant's top tower
we'll avoid Fnatic for now. A lot of time wasted from Fnatic here at the very least. Gonna plateau things off for TSM, I guess, but that massive gold lead. Oh, Leshrac has somehow managed to finish up the Aghanim Scepter as well, so.
Alright.
He's got the Ghost Scepter and the Nihilism, so basically cannot be right-clicked in this fight, and considering the lack of magic damage, that's gonna be kind of tricky to actually kill off Tomato, so I have a bit of hope in him lasting more than 1.5 seconds in the fight, which I think is his previous record.
Yes, but nullifier.
Oh. Yeah, okay, never mind. I'll give him 2 seconds then. Going for a new record here, Tomato. There's a very big yes, but a very big actually.
They'll never see this coming.
If they can kill the Monkey King, he can get to sit and potentially wait out these BKBs and get some big disarms. It's a possibility, but Jabs has been playing kind of like a lunatic, but he's also very safe with the BKB. There's not a whole lot to kill him inside of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fnatic just running over. Oh, they spotted Saberlight again.
Trying to run around, trying to dodge the stun, trying to MLG it, not gonna happen. Glimpse back onto him as well, gonna throw him into the breach of the kinetic field once again, and Saberlight is gonna get one down, but they're going for the play here. They want to try and find him, but the BKB and the Woodcock Command is out from Jab, so he can look for the turnaround. They have caught Moonmeander, but only Moonmeander inside this kinetic field, so that'll be the singular kill for them. Bryle trying to find an opening here as Tomato commits hard to DJ on the back. The right click comes through, it's a lot of damage, but it's not enough. DJ gets away, TSM take the tombstone, and now they want to look for more. Bryle just blinking forward here. He knows they don't have the BKBs to fight them at the moment, so TSM do find themselves a tiny bit of space. They know they have a brief moment where they can be the aggressors and actually come out. Okay, DJ blinking away. He's so quick. And now Saberlight going to get glimpsed back into oblivion. Januel even buy back for this one. Roshan is up. They spot back and they buy back immediately. They can't let this go away. Is there a possibility for TSM here? The BKBs are on cooldown. That's the only possibility.
It's not that fast for TSM, but they're going to have to try. The Static Storm's coming off cooldown super soon for DJ. That's what he's going to be calling out. 12 seconds. He's got the Aghanims. Yeah, they can't.
Don't have the tank for Roshan. That's a problem.
The BKBs and the Static Storm are going to come up. If they stick around, they're just going to get obliterated. But it's also maybe a catch-22 if they give them the Aegis. Yeah.
The TA BKB, I think PSM are running out of maneuvering room here.
Yeah, they're going to have to back up, but they put more buybacks into that. They're just not progressing on the items. Brow's trying for this Hail Mary, Arcane Blink, but it does feel like it's just more of the same in terms of having to find this perfect opportunity. And yeah, Fnatic now with their BKBs up again. Gonna head into the pit.
Oh, Saberlight still wants to charge forward, but that shrapnel is very, very scary. He doesn't want his blink cancelled, so... Dubu, oh no, Dubu's been seen! The jig's up! Here comes the Ghost Scepter, but in comes the Assassinate. Won't be enough to bring him down, but gets him very low indeed. There's a Static Storm, catches out Bryle. Is that an axe? Yes, it is! No BKB for you! Down goes Bryle. Buyback from him. They'll take down Saber on the sideline as well. He does not have a buyback, so no vacuum for this fight as Dubu falls as well. They will get jabs. They are able to get at least that much done with Tomato, but jabs also buying back into this fight. There's the Ghost Scepter coming out from him. Nihilism not available for another 10 seconds, so Tomato's going to get cut down as well. Yeah, they're doing his best to survive through this, but his best is not enough. His arm now kills him off, and Fnatic will absolutely smash TSM, so get away from our Roshan. This is our Aegis. And they will indeed claim it, plus the Ags as well. Fubu just trying to throw in anything he can here. Bryle looking for something on the high ground here, but just Requiem and leave.
Yeah, they tried. If anybody other than DJ gets the MVP in this game, it's a crime. It's illegal. His play has been ridiculous. 3-0-25, kills off the Shadow Fiend in that fight pretty much by himself. I'll have the opportunity to get anything done.
Yep.
A wild
perfect Aghanim's reveal.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect.
It should just be Fnatic walking up onto the high ground and closing out this game. There's one more buyback in the tank for TSM. Maybe they'll try one final hurrah, one last team fight.
Waves are breaking against Dire's top barracks.
Got barracks falling to Fnatic. They have the Aegis. Who do the Aghanims go to?
Monkey here.
Oh, very nice. So Soldier's going to be cropping up all over the place as well.
Oh, Saberlight found a little sneaky spot.
Oh, this is very sneaky. Maybe too sneaky. Right? He jumps in, tries to find arm now, but immediately the Static Storm comes down onto him. They know there's no buyback, so that's an easy elimination, and GG is called. That's it, game one done. Fnatic looking so damn crisp. These guys are fighting their pace here at TI.
It's an absolutely important series for them. Like we said, there's so much to play for in Group B, and TSM getting one...
9. 5, 12. Patay yan, talon. Talon, 6-11. Wednesday ang playoff. Ano ba ngayon? Tuesday, bukas na agad. Last game na pala to, wala nang laro oh. Bukas na ulit. Excited. Sana manalo pa Fnatic ng isa. Talon, wala na to. Wala na talon. Bakit wala naman Pinoy dito? Ito lang Fnatic. Boom. ng laro eh. Na 2-0 sila ng Tundra kanina. Dapat naka-score man lang. Ay, Tundra ba yun? Ah, Fnatic pala yung na 2-0. Lakas ng Tundra oh. 13-4. Secret din, no? 12-5. Yung mga last chance na qualify.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Wasn't enough though.
The Dire get a ban.
Make it even harder. Life much easier, and yeah, it really did feel like the Razor hindered a lot of the impact coming through from Team Spirit.
So you need
Bloodseeker, maybe?
Yeah, that's a great call. I was just gonna say, I think you really need someone to kite the troll.
10 seconds.
Your Shadow Fiend can like address your late game win condition, but you need a way really to shut down the your Toro troll.
Think they're considering an OD here?
I didn't mention it because it's like, I guess you can play the Shadow Fiend 1.
I think Shadow Fiend 1 is fine when you've got an Oracle to play with, because the only thing you're really worried about is the trample.
I think you can even make an argument for OD being 1, just because there will be a lot of value with it in a game like this against the troll, and potentially the lane versus Primal Beast could be okay, just with the Astral. And if you're also pairing with the Oracle, like if you truly believe this is your lane counter versus the Primal Beast, then you can get a little bit greedy with the OD pick.
Yeah, OD or Bloodseeker. That's my decision for Asta. Let's see which one or another that Team Spirit are potentially thinking of, and what are they looking to take away from them? They're just these heroes that are able to A, push out lanes, B, be strong at team fight, and C, able to open up the map with some pushing potential. That is the one area that Team Spirit have really been lacking, hasn't it? Always with these collapse heroes, he might play exceptional on them, but not as capable of being able to play a lot of that pushing style that really does seem to dominate this meta from the offlane.
Yeah, I still really like the Bloodseeker. Oracle Blood's a pretty decent lane pairing as well.
Yep.
Just Fortune's End for the Blood Right, nothing too crazy. A lot of value with the Rock Shuriken, you don't need a whole lot. They go tiny, so alright, we got Shadow Fiend 1, looks like. So I get crazy with it. Shadow Fiend 1, or he's got an incredible tiny. Is Conquer there?
10 seconds.
I still, like, you don't want to run this Primal into the Oracle lane. That's the issue. So I feel like they're picking up Collapse's hero.
Do you think there's a potential for them to aggro? Oh, we don't have long. I think they could aggro depending on what the pick's going to be. Okay, so we got a Zeus. So we see the mid lane. Now with your issue about the Primal Beast into the Oracle, do you think you can go Primal Beast into Brood lane and run aggro from Spirit?
They're going to need to do something creative. What I do like about this Zeus, though, is you're going to get vision. And you're going to get vision onto Siamese Cat. That is the most important part of all of these team fights, because that's just going to enable Collapse entirely. So he's going to need to be really active on his use of the Fate's Edict for himself to be able to withstand all of that damage coming in onto the backlines from Collapse, getting the charge in. Don't have anyone else that's going to be able to connect quite quickly. You know, Mira, of course, playing the Tusk, but it's a little bit slow, right? Maybe you just get turned around upon. Yank attempt isn't all that effective. How many teams are there that it almost always seems like the position 5 is priority number 1? Like, Astra is absolutely one of them.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you always go for these supports where he has an incredible amount of impact, and can we mention in the previous game, but he likes being the slippery fire that he can never be caught. So you mentioned the value that the Zeus can provide in regards to the division. I think also there were some damage issues in the previous game where Puck can kind of help out. Even you have a good game, though, it can be very difficult to have that burst potential. Now Zeus definitely provides that. Do you think there is a concern, though, that Zeus, compared to Puck, doesn't particularly deal with the Broodmother as easily, whereas Puck can jump in, full combo, deals with the Spiderlings, and then it can get out, whereas for Zeus, you need a couple Arc Lightning, then all of a sudden maybe you bait the Spiderlings, and then Tiny jumps in.
I mean, it does provide you a lot of ability to play around a spider that might be roaming around in the trees a bit more, just with the lightning bolt on the ground. I almost wonder if Team Spirit are wanting to take this for late, right? They've got a Razor scaling into them. They're not worried about the OD or the Bloodseeker that we were talking about. And if they can get the Tusk with a Blink Dagger, and even with the Aghanim Scepter, I feel like they can still make a pretty decent shot of this. You know, their high ground defense is pretty damn decent.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to get to that stage. Late game is enough for them to secure. So after they have a scary lineup to be able to push the tempo. Tiny, that's always roaming across the map. The Broodmother to be able to give their own vision as well to set up for the pickoffs. And also, we've seen what the Shadow Fiend can do so far throughout the Last Chance qualifiers and the group stages as well.
Lovely little Ori Storm Spirit spray in the mid lane.
One of the few plays that was picking up at the Arlington Major. Has some incredible success on it, so it's only fitting. Of course, one of his favorite heroes and best heroes. So put Tiny very close to that as well. He's only gold tier Tiny, but don't let that fool you. This man plays a formidable rock, man.
Team Spirit need this win, even to potentially force tiebreakers. There's so many different permutations that could happen. There could be that four-way tiebreaker or a single upper bracket slot, and there's still elimination tiebreakers even going on right now, I believe, these next few minutes. So one of the closest TIs we've ever had.
Only fitting, right, with the season that has been 2021 and 2022. These 20 teams, and we've seen everyone can take a map off it. The fact that we have tiebreakers for elimination, it really goes to show how close this TI is.
Yeah, no winless teams anymore. All about how close all of the different regions are, and it comes down to those clutch moments, those TI moments, those moments that make players stars to superstars.
Who's superstar?
Nah, not yet.
Not yet. What a loser. Wow. Dude, I'm a superstar.
Alright, let's not get carried away with ourselves. You get one tweet referencing you and you think you're all that. Topside, Moday, he's going to be going into collapse. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I think it is important to make sure that the Broodmother gets out of the lane in a much better spot. So the Fortune's End to be able to cleanse off the Frostbite and the slows coming through from this Troll CM lane are important. Is it more important than being able to potentially survive against a Primal Beast just running on top? Positioning's going to need to be on point coming through from Asta.
We're still expecting this lane to be very troll favored, even though it's an Oracle now instead of the Shadow Demon.
Oh, of course, almost every single lane's troll favored, right? So, just got to make sure that you get out of it in a decent spot. I think they were a little concerned about how the mid game could shape up if lane continued on for too much longer, but that early rotation enabling them to get the tier 1 tower just opened it up so much. So in a way, they're very fortunate, and they don't have the Leshrac this time around. You know, Shadow Fiend wants to be playing a little bit more defensively. Tiny, yeah, you can get kills, but you don't have that ability to convert that into another objective. So putting a little bit more emphasis onto the laning phase, so you don't need to play around the towers quite as much.
Does seem like Ori's off to a very good start, even though Toronto Tokyo is getting plenty of last hits. I mean, this mid lane is going to be relatively even between the two. Often that's the case when you're against the Zeus matchup as well. Farm's just going to be traded back and forth. No really crazy shenanigans of the solo kill potential. Probably going to be looking towards Monate's in some trouble. Great toss back from Baboka, however. We'll get Monate out of danger.
Running a little low on the regen there, but Baboka with his healing salve will be just fine. He realizes that they're going to be in a position to go for these dives pretty consistently, especially with the creep wave coming underneath the tower, but Monet actually drags it under a little bit earlier than I'm sure Team Spirit would have been wanting, so it means that they're not set up to go for that next kill. You've got the level 2 now on the Marcy, might even pull him back underneath the tower. Instead, just securing a couple of range creeps and the melee for Monet, so he's going to be happy enough about that. Level 3 now, so have to be a little bit careful with where exactly you're looking to extend to Collapse.
Miro. Good play. I thought Collapse was going to follow up, try and hold them down with the shards, but Collapse is a little bit weak at the moment. The threat of the razors stopping him from following up on that Tusk opening with the shards.
Yeah, even just cancelling the razors as well, right? Showing that I've got the threat. I can bring the damage onto you and slow down the impacts of that trample. Not just the movement speed, but the turn rate as well. Constant tangos being given over to Monet, realizing that he just needs to be hitting these creeps with reckless abandon in the lane.
But I think the big victor is bottom lane on XXS. One last hit over Yatoro at the moment. They've done a really good job with the creep equilibrium. It's going to now start to favor Team Spirit again. From the postcode, they shove the lane into Dire's towers. Will often reset and kind of bounce back. Toss, Toronto, Tokyo. Oh no, he doesn't get some distance. Very fire, should be okay. He's got some bottle and even a water rune now for good measure, but very close for Ori getting that kill.
Close indeed, and they're going to be able to take away at least one of those water runes.
What's this?
Another wave, and he's a little bit ahead on the experience as well on Ori. So very careful now on Toronto Tokyo. Doesn't have too much of that safety net to play around.
Is going to end up going down. First blood picked up again for Asta in this Broodmother lane. Victoria should be able to hit back with a long range attack, so they'll get a 1-for-1. But again, this isn't a lane that should be very favorable for Team Spirit, and they will, for the second game in a row, give up first blood to Asta.
And this time it's over to XXS instead. So previously it was very important to give that Shadow Demon the gold to be able to pick up that demonic cleanse early. But this time around, you're an Oracle. You don't really have this huge item timing. It's just about those small little value items that are going to enable you to be playing safer. Experience, but very happy to give that kill over to XXS.
Yeah. So how much of an issue it was in game 1 when XXS completed the Wraith Pact, and the lane that he's having and even getting that bonus bounty as well is just going to come out that much faster.
Poshka goes a little bit too far forward. He's got plenty of one charges to play around and the raindrops, so it might be a little bit more challenging, but this cat with level 2 Purifying Flames, always a danger to start rallying out the damage if they feel they need to.
Might be in some trouble. Yeah, looked to jump in, but Monet wasn't ready to follow up. Marcy will end up going down. Mira playing over the snowball perfectly, but Monet finds 3 razors. He's going to be relying on the right clicks, and he said he'll turn to Mira afterwards, so they won't get the prime kill into Collapse's life, but at least Monet will find something out of this.
2 tangos there to be able to get the kill? I think he did, just to be able to guarantee it and get back to lane that little bit faster.
I would like to see Spirit try and make something happen shortly. Toronto Tokyo has this Thunder God's Wrath. They want to use it as early as possible. Try and put it on cooldown, secure the kill.
Going to happen with Mira playing in this mid lane though. He needs to rotate up top. At the moment, the haste rune was picked up by Ori. Actually even going to pop it in response to this kill attempt. So still having the avenue once he drags this wave back under the tower. I'm sure he wants the siege creep to join it so that he can look to make his own rotation. Tanky hero like the Primal Beast can't be left solo up here for too long. Overcut looking to try and maybe even bring it back inside the creep wave, get them to do a lot of the right clicks.
Unfortunate for him is will end up going down. Monet's going to start to try and pivot his attention over.
Long raise.
Long raise.
Sidestep by Collapse, yeah.
XXS is in some trouble. They'll go to the ready if required. And there it comes out the last second. Now with the extra damage, they'll turn to deal with Siamese Cat as well. He's got the haste to play with. Would love a kill onto Yatoro, but won't be able to reposition, so he's going to go for the kill onto Miposhka instead. But it might be lacking the damage, in fact. The combo's not enough for the Crystal Maiden kill thanks to the raindrop, so that is a big rotation for Ori that does not pay off.
And he's got to get back to mid. He doesn't have a TP. So when they made that movement, they got the kill. Toronto Tokyo just spams out the mid wave, and you've got a siege creep here as well. lots of free damage going to be going into this. They might even pop an aggressive lift here if there aren't any movements. Yeah, there they do.
Very cool. There is even going to rotate as well, maybe to try and protect Toronto Tokyo, or more likely actually set up for the 8-minute power rune if they can give this to the Zeus. Unfortunately, the 50-50 is not going to pay out in their favor. Ori, once again, the power rune to work with.
I mean, look at that mid tower. It's already at less than a quarter HP just off the back of a Zeus. This is not what a Zeus lane does.
Not at all. Bottom lane, Maposhka might be in some trouble here.
So might XXS if they get a lucky root, but the disarm coming through.
They'll just wait until it expires. Beautiful kiting from Maposhka, making sure that he's just never in a compromised position. Is now top lane. 1-8, they're going to be able to snowball on forward, closing the gap instantly. One little piggy run is 1-8 back towards the tier 2 tower, but collapse instantly. Just be able to close the distance onto Baboka with the long stretched arms, be able to slam into the ground.
They're starting the game.
As well, they're diving XXS, alright. Yep. This is what we're expecting out of this bottom lane. Finally, the troll has been able to get some distance in regards to the net worth. It's about a 700 advantage here for Yatoro over XXS's Broodmother.
Dire's top tower
Get so much more out of this early game here on Team Spirit. I think the theme of this TI, right, when teams need the win to be able to stay alive, whether it be in the tournament or in the upper bracket contention, they just turn up. They turn that, you know, that extra 10% coming through. That clutch factor is so key. It's going to get feel the nerves once you come into it. Aster, obviously, they're able to relax, but Spirit, certainly not the case.
Double damage.
Getting the tower in the end is just so ridiculous with the lineup that Spirit have. Honestly, should not happen. Collapse. They're going to be able to get the pounce. They do, but Boka stops the onslaught as well. Collapse knew exactly where Aster were playing with the ward in the higher ground, but still will be caught out without looking to retreat.
Putting out the positioning here from the Primal Beast as well. I think the Observer Ward scouted it out, but with him moving towards the top side, they know that he's made a movement down towards the Ancients, so be a little bit more cautious with Yatoro once he makes that rotation back towards the Ancients area.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
The beautiful game, Dota, is game of inches, very close to, you know, trying to maximize your potential, the farm, and you potentially find kills as well. Hold that thought as Ori should be okay. Ooh, Toronto Tokyo is actually going to make him work for it. Mira's going to be able to cut off the path. Shots, oh, not greatest positioning. The reason why I was starting on that thought is just with that kill up top on Collapse. Like, he knew exactly where Dire were playing, but you don't want to reveal the observer ward. You're trying to wait for the last second to escape, just so they don't think that there's a ward placed there, so we can continue to farm aggressively. And this is the beautiful thing that we have in Dota, a very complex game.
You don't know can't hurt you, but much the opposite case this time around. These observer wards are going to give them a ton of value on Team Spirit as they go for a smoke of their own. They know that they need to be playing around the fact that they might have this vision up here, and Mira's going to pop underneath it.
Look at the vision that Astro are playing with now. They see all of Spirit on the high ground. They're going to try and target down Siamese Cat. A lot of damage. Spirit! All the magic damage coming out at the end. It's the captain that's rewarded with the triple kill. What a freezing field if Maposhka just cleans up.
Maybe even thinking, I wonder if they even baited that smoke, right? I think they might have smoked underneath the vision, realizing that they might have that, and they felt a little bit more confident to be able to make that aggressive move come through as, yeah, again, what an onslaught coming through. And Maposhka, just press RXD, and then he's able to get a nice little triple kill.
Oh my. I mean, see, Toronto Tokyo would have loved that. He used Thunder Gods. You gotta wait a little bit. Maposhka's got the right idea to kill secure with the freezing field. Toronto Tokyo, come on, Zeus players, they need to. The R button, you gotta hold to the last second.
About the Rampage. Have we seen a support Rampage at TI? I don't think we have.
I don't know. Bottom lane, Yatoro? He should be right. Doesn't have the battle trance leveled up at the moment.
Up back here.
Look at the wraparound, because Mira might be able to get a +1. Shards will hold him through afterwards to enable the rest of the team. He's actually going to go for Baboka instead. Plus XSS has that capability to always be able to fly on over. absence of the Broodmother, but that's a big killer. Great reactions out of Radiant, and Collapse is looking for another one as well. They might put some pressure into the tower here. They've got multiple members nearby to protect in case there is a defense.
They lack the damage, and they're going to be able to find the Brood.
Slam into the ground, but Siamese Cat is going to be playing with at least the ultimate to protect the Brood for the moment. Very close to the T2 tower, so the rotation's going to come out from 1A. Toss back closer to the Shadow Fiend, but the Snowball will buy him some time. And Mirror gets another one on the side, and again, push, let it go! Let it go, brother, let it go! Collapse can now go behind the T2 tower as well. Dancing into the tree line, and they will not catch up as Spirit. They've got all the answers here in this second game.
I mean, they know that they're just lacking damage on Asta right now. That's why they're feeling so confident in going underneath these tier 2 towers, because they know that the turnaround isn't on point. You know, as soon as Ori's not there, they just don't have that burst potential. They don't have the reposition. Even though what was amazing dispose, as well as a rebound, perfect spellcasting coming through from Siamese Cat as well, it's just not enough. They don't have the heroes for it. This isn't the part of the game that your draft was playing for.
Alright. If you're in Miposhka's position, a 4-1-6 Crystal Maiden at 14 minutes in, what's the item? What do you do with this luxury that he has, with all the gold, all the net worth that he's playing with?
BKB, baby. I want to see it.
Oh, and then you just, well, I guess you do get all that armor from the Freezing Fields, so Shadow Fiend won't be too much of an issue.
Deals with the spiders, more farm for yourself to get your next item.
Oh, yes.
And they have no interrupts until you get the Basher on the Marcy. Going in Midas as well on Bobica.
Ooh.
Wanting to scale, maybe realizing that they are lacking that damage early on and needing to be that scaling core.
We'll see if Spirit can punish them here. 4,000 net worth lead, some really good wards across the map as well. Particularly around this mid lane. See if they're going to wrap on XXS. Mirror's in a great position. Toronto Tokyo as well moving on over. These are starting to come through. It's going to be Siamese Cat with the ultimate once again to try and buy enough time for XXS to survive the gank. Well, Asta with goons have shown up. It's going to be Ori and Provoke with the wraparound. They're going to try and target down Toronto Tokyo. Should be able to secure the kill at the moment, but again, the freezing field. Look at the damage from a Poshka. It's going to be soaked up for the moment, but it will not matter as Collapse swings into the nade underneath the secret shot. The Poshka's going to have the finishing damage onto XXS, and Collapse will also slam down the Rockman as well. What's going on, man? Spirit, no casualties of a Poshka. Just the main reason of why they've been able to do these fights.
I want to see some of these player cams while all this is happening, because Miposhka, he must be having the time of his life. He's like, guys, no one's hitting me. I'm just able to get freezing fields off every single time.
For a second, I look over and it was the Fate's Edict blocking it, but it's like, no, it's soon expired. But Poshka just, again, all the damage. Again, another fight, he did the most damage. Oh my lord.
It completely, it's around these choke points as well, right? You can't walk back into it. You're already swinging so slow on the Tiny. Once you use that avalanche toss combo, you feel almost entirely useless.
Oh, they see 1A farming far out up top, and Spirit in a position where they can look to try and close the distance. Instead, he's going to go under the T2 tower, but Spirit, that's not a deterrent at all.
Poshka's
Collapse is well and truly happy. He will finally go down thanks to the trample, but Poshka wanted the kill. Not going to happen. Collapse up to a dominating streak. 7-1-4 as well for the Primal Beast. Night and day difference it is here from Spirit. Incredible performance.
Top tower is under attack.
We do see that dominance come out from the Primal, don't we? Especially in the first 20 or so minutes of the game, but it's not like they're the greatest BKB buyers, right? How often are you wanting to get it super early on this Tiny? Of course, the Shadow Fiend's going to get it, but being XXS with his item built, he's going in for the Wraith Pact again, which I believe he might have finished up, so at least there's a little bit of that damage reduction coming through now. Could be looking to go into the pipe because of all of this impact coming through from Miposhka as well, of course, being a good counter for Toronto Tokyo.
Dyer's
Lane Ori and Siamese Cat again with the vision. Ori's in trouble. They've got the Oracle Reese playing off to the right side to try and buy him some time, and the shard's just off the mark, but that's where Collapse can come into play to help out with the sloppy mistake. Is now an easy kill onto the Oracle, and Ori will be chased down. XXS is trying to find an angle into the team fight, but with 5 members of Spirit, they'll be able to protect him and make sure that no one dies.
Oh, there was. Oh, is it Lightning Bolt on the high ground? Ooh, just off. Use the haste instead. to be able to get away, but still they remove the observer ward freshly placed, and
Dire's middle tower
feels like Astra playing in the dark right now. A couple of clever wards in areas that you wouldn't quite expect on the bottom and top side of the map, but that's not where Team Spirit are grouping up. They're going straight into that Roche pit, realizing that they've got the massive strength. Just one more kill, Ares. That's all we need.
Okay, okay. 3-2-3. 3-2-2. Great position from Mira. And with the observe ward. Trying to hope he can pop a smoke. Because Auras if they're ready to be able to jump in with the blink, but they'll be too late. Beautifully done from Mira. If required, would have been able to block up the path. Had a pretty good game on the toss so far. 1-1 and 9. A lot of net worth to be playing with. Going to be closing on the blink as well, so he'll soon have this defensive snowball if required, or can even utilize it as a way to potentially start the fights and maybe block off one of the members.
Very disappointed in Maposhki. He went into the 4-staff instead, just being a good team player. I even saw him there putting his body on the line to be able to catch out any sort of smoke attempts, but my man, you got a mega kill streak. You can't be doing that.
Come on, come on. Gotta get the godlike now. It's your one opportunity.
All right, what kill streak is he going to get up to?
Unstoppable? Is he unstoppable? I don't even know.
He's got a mega kill right now. I think he's going to get a monster
unstoppable,
kill.
is it?
Monster's 8.
Smoke from Spirit. Astra grouped up at the moment around their high ground. XXS in a pretty good spot to pop the smoke. It's actually going to be Aura they run into first. Bye-bye, Tiny. Not long for this world, and look at Collapse as well, just recognizing his role. Going straight towards the dark line, trying to push the Oracle away from the defensive position. And off to the right side, FFs have been caught out as well. Shotoro,
they already called it.
Alright, Asta, they've had enough, and a 19-minute GG call as Spirit just blow them up in the second game.
Should have said mega kill streak from Aposhka, but very worthy. The 3-2-2 eventually did cover the scoreline, but it didn't come in the game, that's for sure. Asta not needing the other win to guarantee themselves a spot in the upper bracket. They already have.
Pinabayaan na. Standing nitong dalawang 10-8 at 9-9. Lower bracket, carry. Lower bracket Spirit Tingnan natin na panatik. Seryoso, kailangan manalo na.
Or straight up, especially when neither of the heroes that you're laning against have any way to interrupt it. I think it is the stronger level 1 spell, but you don't always get to use it because there might be a support or even the core that can interrupt. So definitely looking to put a lot of pressure on early here. Saberlight with his triple mango and Moonmander with 4 mangoes of his own.
Mango time, baby. Mango bay. Yeah, we love mangoes.
Yeah, 3 mangoes on Dawn, 4 mangoes on CM, and 5 mangoes on Dubu. He's the mango king for this game.
Yep, as the Undyings usually are. Undyings love mangoes. Same way zombies love man. I mean, it's on brand, right? Like if there's ever a zombie invasion, just a bunch of mangoes, throw them down the road. They'll chase that instead. I love it.
So I did get the wave drag from DJ, but Dubu also dragging it. So no real advantage off of this one, just giving more experience to Jabs. And maybe if he gets like getting a fast level 3, a level 4 or something could be the X factor in terms of how you deal with this lane, especially if Dubu chooses to stay at a really low level as well.
Shout out to Marvin Igo.
The Undying not going to be so strong fighting up against an early phase boots on the Monkey King or something like that.
Yeah, he's just going to get beaten down, isn't he? That's very good against dealing with tanky heroes, so he probably won't be able to stand his ground if that is the case. It's kind of level 3. Maybe might need level 5. Not sure. Yeah, he's going to go down. That'll be a first blood. Fnatic, they kind of bait him in a little bit there with the heal from Januel, but man, they have enough damage to bring down Moonmeander.
Yeah,
middle tower is under
can't go on Saberlight, but that is going to hurt getting the first blood here for Fnatic.
It went to Raven as well, so that's a lifestealer getting a great start to his lane, you know. Like you can shut out a lifestealer, it is possible, but you need to kind of do it early points. Once he gets a couple of items, once he gets the phase boots, that kind of thing, it becomes very hard to lane into. As in the top lane, Jab's taking some heavy hits here from TSM, just forcing him out of the lane as much as possible.
Yeah, this is scary. Even if he, once he gets the fast phase boot, it's not going to take so much damage, makes it easier to potentially dodge out of the way of the Starbreaker.
Very aggressive here, but that aggression does lead to Tomato missing the banner creep, which is kind of unfortunate, both of them. A little bit of gold lost across the board. Meanwhile, over in the middle lane, we have Armel versus Bryle in the 1v1, and once again, kind of expecting it to be a pretty standalone 1v1, but we thought that last game as well, and they still ended up managing to rotate over and put pressure on.
Yeah, Armel is just going straight Quas Exort here. There's not really that much setup for the Sunstrike or anything, but yeah.
Armel doesn't need it.
Yeah, we'll just have to see.
There's very little stuns. I mean, I guess you could say DJ somewhat, but that's also a tricky one. You can still maneuver inside the kinetic field, right? So,
yeah. Yeah, and it does mean that he doesn't... he's not going to have the Dispel to deal with the Flame Guard or anything like that. And Bryle doing quite well in the mid lane so far. 21-4 up against the 15-3.
But yeah, it's a good start for the M-Spirit for sure. You can keep up the momentum here as the Armel just being very aggressive. DJ's here as well. DJ level 2 does have the kinetic field. Ryle, maybe some heavy hits. Gonna have to use the side of this, but he's got the very far, he's got the bottle. Sunstrike coming down, it's off the mark though. Not a great first shot there from Armel. Maybe expecting him to kind of try and dodge it out a little bit, I'm not sure, but either way, didn't work out how he'd hoped, and Bryle does get away.
Yeah, he's even trying to protect this water rune so that he can get a little bit more going. Stop the Forge Spirit.
No, you will not deny my rune.
Okay, nice.
It's good money for Moon as well. Yeah, it's kind of annoying for the Invoker.
That's something. But it seems like they've kind of given up on pressuring bottom. Just gonna let Saberlight farm down there by himself. He's doing okay. And Moon's been doing a little bit of stacking as they're diving onto Armel. No mana on this guy.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of damage. They need help, and they need it now, Armel. Getting low. Mana trying to finish the job. He gets out of mana on the Cia, but it doesn't matter. Bryle's going to be able to bring him down regardless. And that is a big, big kill for the side of TSM. And, oh, Fnatic bringing across heroes, but getting a whole lot done. I'm wondering if we're going to see some aggression in the top lane here. Yeah, we absolutely are. They will just chase Jabs away. So already TSM fixing things from last game, you know, making sure that they punish the over-rotations towards the middle lane with a bit of aggression of their own.
Yeah, and just much better having ways to actually pressure the Monkey King. It's crazy that DJ was able to leave and Jabs just got away with whatever he wanted in the previous game. Genuel's coming over and checking out these stacks. Moon Meander's not going to be allowed to just sit here and build those up. So what's he going to do with his time then? He doesn't really want to be bottom. They can't kill the Lifestealer. They can try and rotate mid, but it's kind of scary. If it goes wrong, he's just going to die every single time. And maybe he'll make a rotation towards top.
Now 6 minutes in, only 1-on-1 despite the amount of fighting we've seen in these lanes, and every single lane we've seen a lot of blows being traded, but no one actually dropping, other than in the mid lane, and then the one killing bot.
Yeah, kind of quiet thus far, but Saberlight's getting a lot of solo experience. He's going to have the Solar Guardian to use somewhere, so long as it's not straight on top of DJ.
He just spent a ton of time and mana trying to take the hard camp, and then the Enchantress just comes over and takes the creep, which automatically feels it to full. Seed shot pretty annoying as well. Gonna slow Saberlight down a little bit more. Raven chasing and chasing. Meander is here. Gonna go for the creep. Moon does not like this Enchantress having any creep.
Saberlight was denied the first time. Oh no!
Denied the second time as well. Oh no. Daniel messing with him, and then some. Meanwhile up at top, yep, going on to Dubu here. The Gus is out from Tomato, but they won't have enough damage to bring down Jabs. We're still just chasing away the Monkey King once again. will not let him have quite as good as laning phase as last time. As it is TSM narrowly coming out on top of his laning phase at the moment. But Raven, he is very farmed at the moment. And Sunstrike onto Saberlight catches him out. Oh no. Sometimes, you know, just forget about the Sunstrikes, and lovely little pick up there from Armel.
Yeah, you're not normally playing against them in the laning stage. The dominant Invoker build, in the few times that we do see him, is often this, you know, Quaswex and then swap back. Oh, now Tomato making a little bit of a go on him here. Time for the turnaround.
But he's holding on to it for a very long time, and too long actually. He does get caught out. Dude, gonna get a bit of revenge here onto DJ as Moonmeander comes across as well. Jabs gonna flex that Wukongs and say, get off me. And Power Rune in the mid lane, gonna be bottom. Ryle, he's got the Remnant across. Oh, raising with Forge Spirit. Oh, he gets it.
Well, maybe turning out that this Drow Ranger pick is not the counter that they anticipated. They're still going to try for jabs on the respawn. Tombstone's up in 5 seconds. So if they can just figure out where he is, they might be able to drop him off of his... Actually, doesn't even have the tree dance yet. But...
We get him. Moonmeander man just connected here with the Frostbite, and that's going to be a dead Jabs. Monkey King goes down. Tomato gets himself a much-needed recovery kill here. That's going to throw him forward on net worth just a little bit. Exactly what he needed.
DJ's sad that the lane's pushing so hard. There's no experience for him to grab here while his Monkey King is dead. Trying to pressure onto Saberlight at bottom, but Fnatic instead just kind of turning their attention over towards this tier 1 tower. They know that both supports are top. They're just going to take this one down pretty easily with the creep.
Yeah, they kind of just let Saberlight deny that one. I'm not too sure what that was, but whatever.
Yeah, I think they underestimated his damage somewhat. Dawnbreaker does hit pretty hard. Alright, so just back to farming for a moment. Armel is just going pretty standard Quas Exort Invoker stuff, picking up the Midas. He's got the 4-4 build so far. Get the double Forge Spirits going.
Of invisibility.
Yep, so, you know, as we said, the Sunstrike build seems a little bit odd because the opportunities haven't really been there. He's managed to pick up 1 kill with it, but you're going to have to land them using skill alone because there's absolutely no, like, long stuns on the side of Fnatic at the moment, so setting himself up for a tricky game, but...
Boundless Strike might do, Boundless Strike will do something, but...
Jabs have been throwing out the Wukong's command in the top lane here just to defend the tower. I'm not quite sure how much that's even going to get done. But across towards the middle lane, they're moving on to the Enchantress here. Januel tries to take a step forward and just getting punished. And Saberlight already looking for Armel, but Armel gets gifted a haste rune there and is able to get away. Meanwhile, Boo-Boo does get caught out trying to be a little bit cheeky around the sideline, so doesn't get to kill the way of Jabs.
It's a very convenient haste turn. Oh, Prowl's making a go up here.
And he's turning up, and they've got the Dawnbreakers coming down as well. The land is done onto Jabs. Jabs silenced up and taken down. Tomato will finish the job. Armel moved across, though, looking onto Tomato. Sunstrike's there. He's going to land. DJ chasing him as well. He doesn't have any more spells left on the Disruptor as Tomato moves into the tree lines, but they'll scout him out with the Forge Spirit.
Trees respawned!
Oh, no! That was bad timing. Might have been dead regardless, but Ryle trying to follow up on this one as he jumps in on this as the side of Fist doesn't get the kill onto the Disruptor as he moves across to the side. Saberlight trying to find him, lands it with the hammer, doesn't have the damage though to finish the job. Might be able to find him as he runs through the trees, but DJ cannot get away from the Dawnbreaker. The mother comes, but now Jabs back to life, helping out. There's a Sunstrike, lands onto Saberlight, absolutely nails him and takes down the Dawnbreaker. Fnatic.
What's happening to Raven? To Armel, sorry, he's stuck in the trees.
Yeah, he's a little bit stuck. Moonmeander, he's going for the breeding field. But they have a cancel? They don't have a cancel. They're just going to die. Armel and Jabs taken down by TSM as Brylan Moon see an opportunity and seize it with both hands. TSM finding themselves some big plays here in the early game.
I don't think I've ever seen the trees be MVP for both teams in one team fight, but they respawned. They respawned. They blocked Tomato so that his pathing got messed up heading towards the tower, and then he got surrounded. Was Armel?
This will come in handy.
What the heck?
Well, the trees just really wanted to prove that they're unbiased. You know, first they were like that they messed up TSM. Like, oh no, we're just here to cause chaos. We have no allegiance.
So a very weird map setup now with bot tier 1 dead, mid tier 1 dead, offlane tier 1 for Fnatic is also dead. That does kind of open up this ancient area for Fnatic to come and set up here. I think Januel's going to be spending a lot of time just stealing the big creep out of the hard camp every single time.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's pretty annoying. Pretty annoying for him to be able to do that, and has the vision to do so as well. So, hard for them to kind of keep hold of this area. They're missing all these towers. I mean, they will keep control of their jungle for a while, though, due to that top tower still being up and taking the Fnatic offlane tower. So it's a little bit of a different map than what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Fnatic to just walk up here and try and take this. It seems like they are just setting up to have the Monkey King deal with bottom for the time being. So maybe a little bit of a stalemate back and forth between Saberlight and Jabs, and then other two cores are just going to keep on farming. Nothing greedy for Raven. He's just going to be going for an armlet into a Deso. And I think the real timing for TSM, they might try and make some plays with the Maelstrom and the Desolator, but of course the BKB is going to be super important this game for them.
Yep, for sure, for sure.
Armel's just accelerating. Boots of travel.
Yeah, full greed mode. He's expecting a long game. I think he's going to get one.
Yep.
TSM will struggle to play at a high pace here, I believe.
Is about to take the plunge.
Yeah, and Zero does get pretty crazy with the once you get your level 20 timing and you've got the meteor talent.
Yeah, smoke popped here by Januel and Moon Meander. He doesn't have time for his nonsense, so just going to throw down the freezing field and get the quick kill onto the Enchantress, and now try and turn that into a military on tower. Fnatic, unlikely to defend this one, I would say. They're pretty happy, as we've seen from their builds, just to kind of play it slow. Play the map.
Radiant think fortification.
Right? Like, he's not hard initiating here anyone in the offlane to try and start these early to mid fights, so TSM will just be able to take care of them now. But not really concerning for Fnatic, to be honest. A good place.
They want to run at Saberlight at bottom, but I think he's a little bit wise to this, perhaps.
This is Saberlight. He's going to throw a hammer.
Yeah. He's got some of his team coming. I thought there was going to be a bigger rotation to bottom, but it's just Moon Meander gets spotted by the courier and immediately just runs straight to the north. It's like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, I've been seen, I've been rumbled. Get myself away, although it's actually Jabs who's going to catch the postal Nova. It's going to slow him down. Brawl coming in from the side as well. The initiation from Meander, but he does get that flame guard taken off. Moving forward now onto Armel, but the hammer is there from Saberlight. How much work can he do? There comes a wound punch from Jabs. Saberlight needs to leave. Tries to go for the Solar Guardian, instantly cancelled out by the Cold Snap from the Invoker, and now they've caught out one inside the Static Storm, but not really doing a whole lot as they just kill off DJ instead. So fortunately, DJ a little bit separated from the rest of his team, and Fnatic just choose to leave. They find a pretty good trade, and we'll just give up the tower for this one.
TSM do see that Jabs just TP'd over to this outpost, and Lifestealer popped in. I don't know if they can do anything about it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, TPing nearby. Kind of cool from Jabs, actually. You know, like the natural reaction would be to just TP to the side of the map, but he is still the offlaner. He still wants to kind of play where the enemy team want to be, so...
Yeah, bottom lane is still his job this game. The other two cores don't really want to come down here and look at this. Hit him with some damage, but it's just spooking him. It's not going to be anything. Alright, so we are just kind of looking at a game where it seems like every core on both teams is going to have alright farm. Just going to come down to some of the map movements, some of these item timings. The Lifestone is going for a BKB after picking up his Deso, so...
Wow. Yeah, right into the magic of this life.
Yep.
I guess it makes a lot of sense considering the draft. He doesn't want to get kited, and that's probably the only item which allows him to just completely be free inside these fights. It's top lane, moving on Saberlight. Now, can't close the gap. Moon Meander's here as well, and it's going to consume another Enchantress creep. And reset.
Jabs gets caught.
That he does, yeah. Turning around here with the Jingu, but with Tomato sliding across as well. They are going to be able to bring him down now. Brawl is just everywhere at the moment, always turning up these engagements. And with Static Storm in the top lane, but Saberlight looks like he might go down regardless of Raven inside the Rage is able to get the kill. But now Moon Meander letting it go on top of him. The support's getting it done with the help of Tomato from the low ground. Now to move across towards Januel as well, but it's already DJ who gets caught out. Moon Meander chasing. If you can get him range with this Frostbite here, it might be doors for Januel, but it looks like she's able to skip herself away on the Enchantress, so
Dire's
only be a couple of kills, but damn, overextension massively there from the lifestealer. I mean, he got this amazing timing on the Desolator and just really wanted to get something done with it, but in the end, just ends up getting dropped.
Yeah, they were even a little bit worried about maybe the Roshan potential there, because Dubu had already used both of his big cooldowns, so makes it a little bit more difficult. I think we are seeing so I don't mind the itemization from the Lifestealer, but I think he can just die to the Drow. Like, who's gonna jump on top of the Drow Ranger and kill her? This feels a little similar to the sniper in the previous game. No, this is good.
This'll come in handy.
A little scary, but okay in the end. Yeah, Arnell is the one guy who's kind of managed to stay off map since the laning phase. Those two deaths did happen quite early on, and since then he's been pretty elusive, using the boots travel to just get around, farm out waves, using Midas. Have a pretty happy existence. Yeah, that was just a big overextension from Raven, who was otherwise having an amazing game instead. Tomato. Pike finished up as well, so it's able to keep his distance from the Lifestealer, which is basically the entire aim. Get away from the Monkey King, get away from the Lifestealer, who will likely be together in these fights. That we're expecting with the 5-on-5s, just infest and jabs and try and find the backlines?
Yeah, I guess so. I think the Invoker could get a blink as well, and we could be seeing just whoever is available trying to get in on top of the Drow. DJ's buying blink as well. He's just kind of going for the same build that he went for last game, though not quite so impeccable of a scoreline as he had. And
no, not quite. That was a high bar was set. But,
Jab gets knocked off his tree.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, even if Jabs dies here, I think it's fine because Fnatic are just going for Roshan, and this is completely unscouted. DJ securing this one. Doobie's in the neighborhood, but he's like, what can we really do about this? Answer is nothing. Sunstrike comes down, finishes up the Roche. Raven is going to snatch himself up an Aegis, and that again is big wind removed from the TSM sails. They're really hoping they can get that Aegis for themselves.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think they wouldn't have minded winning a team fight and going in with the Undying, but I don't think TSM are too stressed about the pace of this game. Like the upcoming team fights are pretty good for them. Brawl with the BKB should just be able to run down the supports in the back lines, and yeah, still the problem of the Lifestealer closing the gap into all of the damage that TSM are bringing out, especially if he's not going to be going for an AC or anything.
Yeah, for sure. Well, 20 minutes in, pretty even right now. Kind of feels like TSM needs to start pushing the tempo a little bit.
Yeah, they've got big timings coming up.
To an Aegis. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they can still fight into the Aegis. Just the right clicks and stuff are going to be useful, but the BKBs are going to negate a lot of his impact in the next little bit. So he does need to still continue just focusing on split push, focusing on farming for the moment. This is the one thing that Fnatic are so good at, is just using a wide open map and farming on all three cores. Like even Raven walking into the enemy ancients and taking some farming.
Yeah, and we're not really seeing any smokes or anything coming out from TSM, and they're not really trying to put any pressure onto Fnatic at the moment.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
But even maybe being seen here. Force back
the BKB is a few CS away from Bra. He's just getting it now. Oh, they get the glimpse back onto Tomato. Okay.
Yeah, it's just on his own ward though. It's really very safe. And finally gets the tornado, and that's going to give him the jump he needs to try and close the gap onto Doobie. But with Tomato on the low ground, just blinking away at him, doesn't feel the confidence to go and chase this one. Meanwhile, Brawl just trying to find jabs on the side here, but will be left empty-handed. So You know, I'm really catching on to anyone at the moment.
Matt moves back in the opposite direction. Saberlight's able to get top shoved out, and TSM are trying to find something. It's not that easy to just walk up to a tier 2. So, hoping to find somebody with a sneaky smoke.
Yeah, they have Saberlight available with the ulti as well. Raven are going to try and go into Dubu here. Look at the damage coming out from Raven as Dubu. Oh my god, absolutely not undying in this game. And it's going to be the next target. My goodness, Fnatic, they just turn it around, but it comes Saberlight, can't connect onto Armelda with a BKB. Instead, they look towards Raven. Raven will be losing his first life, but Saberlight gets pretty low during this as well. Has to back himself away, but a big glimpse coming out. Cancelled out. Got the shot? Yes, he does. Okay, Dawnbreaker able to cancel that one out. And give himself a little bit of a fan.
Hype him up. Yeah. They got 2 supports dead. Could one of them get some fanfare going? But overall, I mean, a little bit of a nothing fight, really. They got the edge. They did get the BKB out of the Invoker, which is definitely annoying for Armel.
Pretty big.
Yeah. I don't know if Fnatic were really planning on going and using it soon.
Yeah, it just kind of opens up the map for TSM to kind of, you know, whenever they go smoking, they can just kill any target they jump on.
Dire's top tower is about
nice to have that behind them.
Definitely.
Januar just continues to be super obnoxious on the Enchantress. Like, she really is just right up down this middle wave, you know, on the other side of the river as an Ench, as a 5. Like, it's giving him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, he's too powerful.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Saberlight trying to hold at top. Fnatic are looking at him. DJ just poking, see if anybody wants to come TP.
Yeah, make an offer. Trade deal, if you will. No. Again, things getting a little bit quiet. I mean, they want to wait for this Solar Guardian on the Dawnbreaker, and I imagine we'll see another play being made by TSM.
It's weird on such an open map, right? The battle lines are constantly shifting in terms of who controls what. They're both trying to like drag the other team into a ward that they control. Lots of stuff happening.
There's shenanigans happening as Jabs and Bra just trading hits, but just a bit of tomfoolery, a bit of slap and tickle. No real commitment from either one of them.
Yeah, he's the custodian of this bottom tower. Doesn't want them to take it that easily.
Pressuring. We're going to come with Million Meander sitting behind them to make sure they can maybe punish him if he tries this again, because of course does have the BKB, but I'd love to get that charge beaten out of him. Maybe Million Meander just seeing if he wants to pop it preemptively, but I don't think Jazz is going to do that. He's literally just here to defend the tower, and that's it. Meanwhile, I mean, all this space which is being created, all this kind of nothing that's going on bottom is just allowing Fnatic to just keep farming, and Raven and Armel are just absolutely huge. Like, they're up there with Tomato. When it comes to farm, they're all basically neck and neck with one another at this point. Saberlight doesn't have a BKB, so he gets caught here by DJ. Will just get brought down very quickly.
Tower is under attack.
It's looking good, but it's not immediately clear to me who they're finally actually going to bring down Jabs. I just want to press BKB.
Maybe there's a BKB. Moon still waiting down the bottom lane. It's growing old in these trees.
He's got a ward that he's sitting up, so he's just hoping to...
Light just trying to bring down Januar with one combo with Tomato blasting in from the sidelines here. They're going to be able to absolutely kill off that edge, so... Again, fairly large commitment for, well, not really, just bringing down the Enchantress, but everybody else from Fnatic getting away. Bottom lane being shoved in as well. Moonmeander still waiting for Jabs. To this day, still waiting for Jabs to turn up. I'll find someone else, but it'll be Armel. Armel does have himself a BKB, so they're going to try and force this out of him, and now Moonmeander needs to back himself away. ETO's coming on down. Livestream trying to get away as they will finally get Jabs across the map, but Moonmeander gets absolutely devoured by Raven. Watching Raven smack these supports is both funny and sad.
I think pretty big plays made by TSM at bottom, right? Forcing out those 2 BKBs. The one has already gotten Jabs killed elsewhere on the map. And now Armel going to have to be very careful for this next little bit. And I was just about to say, it's like, yeah, Fnatic Fnatic are farming well, and they do have a Tricore, but it's just not clear to me that they actually have the better late game lineup. I think it's pretty close, but the Drow is just scary. You know, we've seen what the late game Drow can do in a few series.
And as mentioned, you know, like, yeah, you can buy a big on top lane. We've got a bit of a scuffle going on. Saberlight. Dude, he is smacking this Invoker, but in comes DJ to save the day, and with no BKB on the Dawnbreaker, a little bit sketchy on the glimpse, but we'll be able to kill off Saberlight in the end. A little bit of a over-eagerness there. Come on, Saber Chad.
I think he was just trying to last it with the glimpse. It's like, I need Blink and I need my Ags. I'm putting this game in my hands. Get out of my way, Armel.
That's it. And yeah, DD's not actually committed to the Blink Dagger just yet, so may consider just the straight Ags rush. Gonna be tricky with the heroes he's against, but maybe.
It could be. Oh, it's another super fast rush. I don't think they saw it. They didn't quite have enough vision.
That is the fastest I've ever seen.
Well, I think it was basic. Wasn't it not just like instant in our previous series? I think it was. But yeah, that's the fastest that I've seen the actual countdown go for sure. Tomato just walks on in here.
It's like 5 seconds or so.
Okay.
That was 2 seconds. 2 seconds of respawn. They see it. Here it comes. Tombstone coming down from Dubu. I wanted to see if they could just take this sneakily, but Fnatic are very much in the area. And they actually see Saberlight again. He can't die like this. They need him alive for the fight, so in comes Tomato to try and soak up a bit of the damage. Saberlight still being chased on the back left here, but he's got the hammer to get himself away. Wukong's command going to land onto no one. As on the side, left Dubu getting chomped up by Raven once again. That'll be the first kill. It's off the Tombstone as well. But man, Trial is in. He's going to get tornadoed up immediately and then back himself away again as the spear hits him in the arse on the way out. Once again, Fnatic, they will hold the line. So good at these little skirmishes. He's unable to get in towards that Roche pit.
That's 2 BKBs of the Wukongs for just the Undying. Like, yeah, Fnatic gotta kind of split up on the map, try and buy a bit of time. I don't think it's easy for TSM to just waltz on in here, but they certainly have the edge for a second. And everyone's just gonna go play the lane control game. The slow push bottom's going to be thwarted by Saberlight, and yeah, TSM are smoked.
Yeah, this time the Dawnbreaker is nowhere nearby, so they're going to have that ulti to come in, and this might just be a case of TSM running into the pit and challenging Fnatic. Raven, he is very scary, but oh my god, Moonlander just getting clapped by Roche. Yeah, Raven is very scary, but he has to get on top of them, so that is going to be the big X factor in these fights. When we see the first big team fight of the game, it's all going to be all about whether they can close that gap on Tomato or whether Tomato just gets to play the back lines. Yeah, it's going to initiate onto Dubu. Dubu once again getting torn in twain. Raven has to back away as Tomato finds it. Briar wants to try and catch it, but he's got the BKB, of course, on that Lifestealer, so he's going to be able to break himself out. He could be on cooldown, but we'll have the rage back again soon.
The other 2 BKBs are off cooldown. Armel and Jabs have them again.
Yep.
Oh god, there's double damage
was
at bottom.
Was this TSM playing a little bit too slow?
I don't know how they could have gone that much faster, really. I do think they wanted to wait for their Undying to be back up. And they were getting threatened on the lanes. Like, Fnatic did the right thing as soon as those BKBs got forced out. Jabs went and split push top, Armel went and split push bottom.
Front lines, but they're going to go into the drought. They want to throw everything here onto Tomato. Tomato and getting a chance to get on the BKB. See you later. DJ as well. Also gets brought down. Saberlight gets melted. Fnatic just pumping out way too much damage. They have no buyback on the drought, so this is probably just going to be the Roshan going the way of Fnatic. Dubu trying to make his way around the trees, but you're far too fat to hide in there. Dying goes down as well. TSM, heavy losses.
We talked about him getting close, but DJ's got the Ags finished. So they just tornadoed him. He dropped down into a static storm, couldn't BKB, couldn't pike, couldn't do anything.
DJ getting it done yet again. Oh, they need to do something about this disruptor, man. This guy's just destroying them everything. I mean, they did do something. They killed him. Didn't matter. He'd already got it done.
And now this is
way too good. Catching out these carries. And now Raven picks himself up an Aegis, so he's going to feel nice and safe. So the Vice finished off on the Evoker as well, as if they needed any more lockdown.
Yeah,
Tomato just cannot feel safe inside these engagements. And that was a bottle double damage on Tomato there. Like, TSM was so ready for that fight. They just wanted to take the engagement, and yeah, DJ punishes their slight overstep. It was so slight.
Just trying to make some use out of this DD. The Hex on the Invoker does change the dynamic a lot for these BKBs on TSM. Previously, they could kind of wait or try and react, but Armel with a Blink Hex is just going to destroy you. And he's got that timing. He's got the level 20 talent, and he's got his shard. So this Chaos Meteor just does ridiculous damage. If you don't get Force-staffed out or saved somehow, you're just going to die in the duration of the Hex. And yeah, very much TSM on the back foot now.
It's going to be tricky to come back into this one at this point. I mean, it's not a massive advantage for Fnatic, you know, still a lot of Dota to be played, but when Fnatic get ahead, they're looking very, very difficult to play into.
Yeah, the high ground defense in the late game I think is still okay for TSM, but the dynamic on the map has changed so much. Like, with this now, Saberlight can't be out trying to, use the shard. Big damage onto Armel though.
Alright, take him down by my Invoker. The Desolator plus the Drought has done way too much damage. Armel not ready, but they have magical flow inside the Static Storm. DJ gets it done once again. Kills off Wild and Tomato. Unleashing from the sidelines, trying to bring down Januela. Will be able to get that kill. Can they find any more? Dubu has fallen inside this. Tomato tries to sneak in with a Shadow Play, but they've got the vision down on the cliff, and it's going to be Moonmeander who gets munched up next. Inside Jabs, we shall go. He has the shards and can close the gap very quickly. In he goes. Glide there onto 2. Now they've got to close the gap. Saberlight though just jumping in and dying for his Drought. And Tomato glimpse back once again. DJ finding the targets and takes down another. Everybody dead on the side of TSM. Fnatic are taking 0 prisoners and showing 0 mercy towards his team on the brink of elimination.
Yeah, they were friends once, family. They played together at the major, but Fnatic, when it comes to this game, they are pulling absolutely no punches. Even with the Invoker dying like that at the beginning of the fight, Raven still just cleans house, still had the Aegis. There's a beautiful Static Storm from DJ, completely killing off Brawl. He was like, he wanted to go in hunting for the Disruptor, but yeah.
Looking up on the BKB, like that's the problem. He jumps with DJ. DJ's just already throwing the Dark Soul on himself. And, well, I don't know, didn't give you that quick on the trigger. Underestimating DJ has been the downfall of many teams. With Brawl trying to connect on the back lines here, trying to kill off Jazz. But Jazz just going to receive the burst heal from the Lifestealer, which means Brawl has to back himself away. And Doom under the tower is going to get killed off. DJ will take that for himself. Denies the Lifestealer and the Invoker of the kill and says,
Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's middle tower.
As we said, this is elimination on the line for TSM. That they have to kind of play this one out to the bitter end. But an absolutely enormous advantage now for Fnatic. And they're just going to keep on pressuring with the Aegis. There's really no reason to back off.
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
What a history between these two teams as well. If anyone to take them out, this looks like far the most personal, you know. Pass with Saberlight and Saberlight's redemption. They're coming together for the major. It's really been through it all. And then of course, you know, last TI, Fnatic were the ones to take them out, so yep. It's a storied history, and Fnatic looking like they want to do it again here, and they want to do it now. Smoke up from Fnatic. They still have this Aegis for 50 more seconds on the Lifestealer, and they don't want TSM to forget that. Frial moving out of the base. DJ, he's ready. Static Storm comes down, and it's going to land onto Frial once again. Down goes the Burn the Spirit. He does have to buy it back, but they've taken down Saberlight as well. He doesn't have a way back into the game. Glimpse out onto Tomato. He's forced to pop the BKB just to survive through this for now. The buyback comes out from Frial. They have to try and make this fight work, and they might be able to take down Raven for the first time. Japs, in he goes, jumping forward. Wilco's Commander along with a climb near, no BKB available. Tomato forced stuff away. He has to survive this, and he just about will. Makes it back to the fountain. 4 heroes surviving on TSM, just trying to hold it back, but no. Raven, he's gonna make it 3. Buyback out from Dubu. Fnatic I don't know if they can stick around and keep on fighting, but it's Falcons, and again, there's a BKB on Ravens and Cryo. They're kind of hard on around as Moon Meander gets destroyed again, and Tomato is gone. They close down the gap. GG is called, and TSM, they will be the first team eliminated from TI-11. Such a run from Fnatic as well, just turning it around, just looking so good the moment they get into the advantage in this.
Wala na guys, na lahat, laban. Team Secret, talo, 2-0. Nakaw, 6-12, laglag ata. Huling natapos 2-0 Fnatic, walang patay si Reggie mo. Very good, very good. Okay guys, bukas ulit abangan natin ang playoffs bukas ulit, wala nang live eh. Tapos na. Nakakaawa naman ito. Boom, wala na ako. GG. Thank you sa lahat na nanood.